Chapter 41 Flanders Shop. Tang San finally appears. After breakfast, Xuching took Yi Lingling to knock on Ning Rongrong's room door. There was absolutely no response. Looks like she's sleeping soundly. Never mind, Sister Ling, let's go out for a stroll by ourselves, Xuching said helplessly to Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling nodded gently, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and followed Xuching out of the Rose Hotel. Soto was quiet in the early morning, with few pedestrians on the streets. Most of the shops along the street were also closed. Yi Lingling didn't understand why Xuching wanted to go out for a stroll. Or is there another purpose? But no matter what, now that Yanyan is not here, this is my best opportunity. She secretly glanced at Xuching beside her. Beneath the veil, the corners of her lips involuntarily curved into a slight smile. We've arrived, Xuching suddenly said, startling her so much that she quickly looked away. Her little face was flushed, like a child who had been caught doing something wrong. What's arrived? Xuching raised his chin slightly and smiled. The shop I'm looking for. Yi Lingling looked up at the shops in front of her. The shop wasn't very big, and there was nothing special about it. However, the hanging plaque depicted a sword, a hammer, and a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, which set it apart from the rest. Could this shop be related to the three sects above? Yi Lingling asked. It's irrelevant, just a publicity stunt, Xuching chuckled. None of the surrounding shops were open. But this shop was the first to open. That was quite in line with his impression of Flanders as a shrewd businessman. He sought out this shop, firstly to confirm whether Tang San could find it. Secondly, it is also for the purpose of gold plating of sheet crystals. The dragon beard needle, made from plate crystal gold, can break through the defenses of a 6-ring soul emperor or even a 7-ring soul saint. How could he possibly leave such a powerful weapon to Tang San? Even if you don't need it, it's good to keep it. If there is a third purpose, it is to say hello to Flanders. After all, she was a friend of Sister Erlong before, so it's not unreasonable for her to come over and say hello, right? As soon as Xuching and Yi Lingling entered the shop, they were drawn to a peculiar fluctuation of soul power. Is there a soul tool here? Yi Lingling exclaimed in surprise. I think so. Xuching smiled and looked around. Finally, his gaze settled on a middle-aged man who was lying on a recliner and dozing off. The middle-aged man looked to be in his early 50s, but he was very muscular. That face of hers looks exactly like the sole of a shoe. Especially when he wears a pair of glasses. He exudes a cunning air. Lingling, do you think this boss looks familiar? Xuching suddenly asked with a smile. Yi Lingling didn't understand what Xuching was talking about, and tilted her head in confusion. Xuching deliberately raised his voice. I once heard Sister Erlong say that she used to have a teammate named Flanders. He was like the boss, with a strong build and wearing glasses. He was very refined. Upon hearing his words, Flanders, who had been feigning sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. You know Erlong. He sat up abruptly, staring sharply at Xuching. He had sensed Xuching and Yi Lingling's presence the moment they entered the shop. He didn't speak, though, because he wanted to see what the two wanted to buy so he could raise the price on the spot. As soon as Xuching mentioned Erlong, he immediately became restless. Yi Lingling exclaimed in surprise, does this shop manager also know Sister Erlong? Xuching clasped his hands in greeting and said, I am Xuching, and this is Yi Lingling. We are both students of Jixia Academy. Jixia Academy. Xuching. Flanders stood up, equally surprised. You're the child that Erlong saved back then. You've grown so much. This time it was Xuching's turn to be stunned. Dean Flanders knows me. Flanders gave an awkward laugh. You can't exactly say that although he was in Soto, he was worried. So you've been keeping an eye on Erlong's news, haven't you? Over the years, he had also heard that Blue Tyrant Academy, founded by Erlong, became famous overnight because of Xuching's presence. It was later renamed Jixia Academy and developed into a Soul Master Academy second only to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Upon realizing it was him, Flanders' smile grew even warmer. Come, have a seat. He quickly brought over 2 stools and invited the two of them to sit down. Yi Lingling was a little puzzled as to why the shop manager was so excited when he heard the name of Sister Erlong. And it sounds like he's quite familiar with Sister Erlong. In response, Xuching explained, Sister Ling, this is one of the golden trio who once dominated the scene with Sister Erlong. Known as the Flying Horn by the people of the mainland, and also the current Dean of Shrek Academy, Dean Flanders. Yi Lingling's pupils contracted slightly as she looked at Flanders in surprise. Flanders waved his hand with a smile. That's all ancient history. How has Erlong been lately? It's great, I'm eating well and sleeping soundly, Xuching replied with a smile. As that's so, Flanders chuckled. I thought that after what happened back then, Erlong. Xuching said, that incident back then did have a significant impact on Sister Erlong, but I'm here for her. She has completely moved on now. Flanders' eyes dimmed. It seemed that Erlong was also looking forward. He sighed softly and asked, so, what brings you here this time? I'm recruiting a member for the academy team. And I'm also inquiring about someone, Xuching said truthfully. So that's how it is. Flanders gave a wry smile. It seemed that Erlong had really never mentioned him. Xuching nodded and stood up. Then looked around. Dean Flanders has so many good things here, may I pay to pick out a few? Flanders laughed and said, since he's Erlong's brother, let's not talk about money. Just take whatever you want. That won't do. Xuching shook his head and chuckled. Personal relationships are personal relationships, and business is business. He didn't want to owe anyone a favor here and cause trouble for Erlong later. Then, his gaze swept over the 3 crystals displayed on the shelf. The 3 crystals were all about the size of a human head, so it was impossible to tell which one contained a plate of gold-plated crystal. But buying them all is definitely the right thing to do, isn't it? After all, there are only a few crystals in this shop. So it's impossible that there are any missing, right? How much are those 3 crystals? Xuching asked. Flanders looked at the 3 crystals and laughed. Those 3 lousy crystals weren't worth much anyway. If you want to take it, then give me 50 gold soul coins. That's already the cost price. Yi Lingling was secretly surprised. 50 gold soul coins for just 3 rotten crystals. In the 7 Treasures Merchant Guild, it wouldn't even be worth 10 gold soul coins. But Xuching didn't haggle at all and directly took out the purple gold card. This is the 7 Treasures Merchant Guild's purple gold card. Flanders was shocked once again. The little brother that Erlong brought back is a bit too strong. Good eye. Xuching nodded and smiled. Flanders took the purple gold card, quickly retrieved 50 gold soul coins using his soul tool, and hurriedly returned it. Then these 3 crystals are ours, Xuching asked. Of course. Flanders' eyes swept over the other goods and asked, how about you pick something else? I'll sell it to you at cost price. Xuching looked at Yi Lingling, gesturing for her to pick something out here as well. Yi Lingling gently shook her head and refused. Things here are too expensive, it's better to save some money. Helpless, Xuching had no choice but to turn around and buy some more things himself. Even if I don't use it myself, it would be good to take it back to Xiaowu or Dugu Yan. However, just as he turned around to pick out something, a young boy's voice came from inside the shop again. Shopkeeper, are all the items here soul tools? Xuching, Yi Lingling, and Flanders all turned to look at the same time. The newcomer was a black-haired boy of the same age as Xuching, with a slender build. His eyes were bright and piercing, displaying a composure and sharpness far beyond his years. Xuching frowned slightly, as the blood-patterned blade within his body was reminding him that a powerful force was hidden within the other party. And that force is resisting it. Similarly, the black-haired boy was also looking at Xuching. He also sensed that the clear sky hammer martial spirit within his body was trembling uncontrollably. That was a direct reaction of his martial spirit sensing unease, and it was about to break through his body at any moment. The black-haired boy clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. He used all his strength to resist the restless agitation of his martial spirit. Who is this person? Why does that restless, uneasy feeling in the martial spirit feel so familiar? That's right, the black-haired boy was Tang San. Chapter 42 Nemesis Meets. Tang San's killing intent. Tang San's eyes were sharp as he stared intently at Xuching. The restless feeling emanating from the clear sky hammer reminded him of the first awakening of his martial spirit 6 years ago. Dark red lightning streaked across the sky, and the Haoshan hammer reacted in the same way. In the end, to prevent the information from leaking out, the father ruthlessly slaughtered everyone in Holy Soul Village. He thought his secret would never be known to outsiders again. Unexpectedly, the Spirit Hall people arrived so quickly. Moreover, they identified the father and son in just one day. To protect his safety, his father left alone to deal with the powerful figures from the Spirit Hall. He was given a new identity, changed his name to Yin San, and sent to Nottingham Junior Academy. Although they have lived peacefully for 6 years, his fate remains unknown. And the source of all this was that dark red lightning. For 6 years, through countless days and nights, Tang San pondered how to find the source of that dark red lightning. Find the mastermind behind the revelation that you possess twin martial souls. Then, he would avenge himself and his father. Could it be him? Tang San stared at Xuching, a strong killing intent flashing in his eyes. Regardless of whether it's him or not, anyone who can elicit such a reaction from the clear sky hammer must be eliminated, or there will be endless trouble in the future. Thinking of this, Tang San quietly put his right hand behind his back and activated the sleeve arrow. Xuching immediately noticed his movement and raised an eyebrow slightly. Good grief, you're already courting death the moment we meet, aren't you? But, do you think I'm afraid of you? Xuching took a step forward, and his even purer killing intent locked onto Tang San. Tang San suddenly felt his breath catch in his throat and his heartbeat abruptly stop. This person has killed many people. Yi Lingling, standing to the side, frowned deeply. She also fought alongside Xuching and killed some evil spirit masters. Therefore, He is also quite perceptive of murderous intent. The moment she sensed Tang San's murderous intent towards Xuching, she stood beside him. Be prepared to release your martial spirit at any time. The air in the shop suddenly seemed to freeze, and Flanders paused slightly as he adjusted his glasses. He keenly sensed the undercurrent between the two. Kid, are you going to buy anything or not? He silently released a surge of soul power, which landed on Tang San. This child is Erlong's younger brother. I can't let him get hurt here. Otherwise, how will I face Erlong in the future? This shore of soul power wasn't particularly strong, yet it caused Tang San's pupils to contract sharply. Master. Furthermore, being simultaneously targeted by Xuching's killing intent forced him to abandon his plan to take action. He immediately turned off the switch of the hidden arrow and lowered his right hand. Buy. Tang San's eyes were sinister as he coldly uttered a single word. Flanders flicked his sleeves and snorted coldly. If you're going to buy, hurry up and choose. Why are you always staring at other people? After saying that, he turned to look at Xuching, his face once again filled with a smile. Child, let me go and put those 3 crystals away for you. Xuching smiled and nodded. Thank you for your help. No trouble at all. Flanders waved his hand with a smile. Then casually picked out a storage soul tool. But just as he went to put the 3 crystals away, Tang San suddenly stepped forward and called out, "Shopkeeper, please wait." Flanders said impatiently, "What else do you want? Can you sell me this crystal?" Tang San asked, pointing to the second crystal. Clearly, he also noticed the gold flecks within the crystal. This is top-grade material for making dragon whisker needles. If I can get my hands on it, I'll have an absolute means of survival. Flanders glanced at him and said, "No, this thing already belongs to someone else." After saying that, he quickly put the 3 crystals into his storage soul tool and then turned around and handed them to Xuching. Seeing this, Tang San's expression became even more gloomy. "Sister Ling, I'm leaving." Xuching smiled and waved to Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling nodded gently, but her beautiful eyes were filled with a coldness like that of 10,000 years of ice as she glanced at Tang San. She remembered this person who dared to show murderous intent towards Xuching. "When I get back, I'll tell Yan Yan and Sister Erlong," etc. Seeing that Xuching and Yi Lingling were about to leave, Tang San gritted his teeth and rushed forward to block Xuching's way. Xuching glanced at him indifferently. "What is it? Friend, you don't know what use those 3 crystals are, so why don't you sell me one?" Tang San said. "Who said it's useless?" Xuching raised an eyebrow and patted Tang San on the shoulder. "Even if I keep it as a personal collection, it will still be useful." He suddenly increased the pressure on his hand. Although Tang San often forged iron, he was physically strong. But unlike Lu Qing, whose physical strength alone is so formidable, how could he be? That slap almost knocked him to the ground. Hearing Lu Qing's chuckle made Tang San even more furious. He suppressed his anger and watched Lu Qing and Yi Lingling leave with sharp eyes. How dare you humiliate me like this? You've found another way to die. After seeing Lu Qing leave, Flanders lazily lay back down in the chair and closed his eyes. Kid, if you don't have anything you want to buy, you can leave now. Tang San glanced at Flanders and silently added a path to his death to his mind. He snorted coldly and left the shop without looking back. Standing on the street, he looked around, trying to find Lu Qing's figure. But where could Lu Qing and Yi Lingling be found in the scattered crowd? Walking so fast, Tang San frowned, unwilling to give up, and continued to chase after them. But Tang San never expected this. Lu Qing and Yi Lingling were actually standing right next door, watching him run past them. Xuching, do you know this person? Yi Lingling asked. I know him, Lu Qing said calmly. Do you remember the evil spirit master I mentioned who massacred the village? Tang Hao, could he be Hooshin Douluo? Yi Lingling's pupils contracted sharply. Lu Qing laughed and said, he is not Hooshin Douluo, but Hooshin Douluo's son, Tang San. My martial soul, the blood-patterned Mo Dao, sensed the Hooshin hammer within his body. Then what he just did, Yi Lingling frowned. Lu Qing chuckled and told Yi Lingling about what happened when he awakened his martial soul. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was as completely unexpected that the two of them had such a connection. Let's go back to the Rose Hotel first. Lu Qing took Yi Lingling's small hand. He also wanted to report Tang San's situation to the spirit hall right now. They took advantage of the chaos and stole Ah Yin's soul bone. It's unclear whether Tang Hao is nearby, or if Yi Lingling is with him. He couldn't take the risk of reporting Tang San to the spirit hall. Therefore, the only option is to take Yi Lingling back to the Rose Hotel first. Soon, the two returned to the Rose Hotel. Throughout the journey, Lu Qing remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. I only felt relieved after confirming that I wasn't being watched. As soon as the two went upstairs, they ran into Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xuching. Ning Rongrong, Ji and Zhu Xuching still had water droplets on their faces, probably because they had just woken up and washed up. Brother Qing, Ning Rongrong was overjoyed to see Lu Qing. But when she saw the two holding hands, Dai Mei jumped up suddenly. Brother Qing, you too. Yi Lingling blushed instantly and quickly pulled her hand back. It's nothing, we just ran into a little trouble, and we were in a hurry to get back, so. Is that really true? Ning Rongrong was very jealous. She knew that there was never anything good going on when Sister Ling and Brother Qing were alone together. I wasn't watching them for just one morning. And they were already holding hands. Lu Qing, I have something to say, Zhu Xuching suddenly said. Lu Qing chuckled and said, let's go back to the room and talk again. Chapter 43 Zhu Xuching's decision. She annuls the engagement with Dai Mubai. Lu Qing, I've figured it out. Inside the room, Zhu Xuching stood in front of Lu Qing. That fair, delicate face was now filled with seriousness. I think you're right. My goal in becoming stronger shouldn't just be to survive. It's not to break the rules of Star Luo. I want to control my own destiny. Lu Qing turned to look at Ning Rongrong and winked at her. That means they're asking, what exactly did you say to her last night? How did you come to this conclusion so quickly? Ning Rongrong also looked bewildered. Scratching her head, what can I say? They simply shared their experiences from childhood to adulthood. But they talked for so long that she couldn't stay awake any longer and fell asleep. I slept soundly until dawn, and I don't know anything about it. Zhu Xuching also noticed Lu Qing and Ning Rongrong's actions. She said softly, actually, I thought about it for a long time last night. She pondered Lu Qing's words repeatedly before realizing where her problem lay. Now that we have better resources, let's make ourselves stronger. Then why be so fixated on Dai Mubai and that so-called martial soul fusion technique? Just as Lu Qing said, can't we rely on ourselves? Having figured this out, she resolved to completely abandon her old ideas and fight for herself. So what do you plan to do with Dai Mubai? Yi Lingling suddenly asked. Xuching's gaze was cold as she said calmly, I will go and annul the engagement with him, ending his marriage that should never have happened. I hope you can really do what you said you would do. Qing crossed his arms and nodded slightly. I will prove myself, Xuching said defiantly, looking directly into Qing's eyes. Qing grinned, slapped his thigh, and stood up. All right, then I'll wait and see how you perform. By the way, Dai Mubai is currently at Shrek Academy. If we hurry over there now, we might still run into him at Shrek Academy. Are you going to call off the engagement on the spot? Xuching hesitated for only a moment before nodding in agreement. Perhaps this is a test for myself. If you can't even break off an engagement on the spot, how can you talk about controlling your own destiny? Ning Rongrong suddenly burst out laughing. Brother Qing, have you forgotten how badly you beat him up last night? They're probably still asleep. What's the point of breaking off the engagement now if they can't hear us? That's true. Qing laughed awkwardly. He looked at Xuching and asked, how about tomorrow? Xuching nodded gently. It doesn't matter if it's today or tomorrow. In any case, her determination to prove herself will never change. Then let's go to Shrek Academy tomorrow, Qing said with a smile. All right, I'm going out for a bit. You two can chat on your own. With that, he waved to the three of them and walked straight toward the door. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong hurriedly asked, Brother Qing, where are you going? Should I go with you? No need, I'll be back in a bit, Qing refused outright. After all, he was going to the spirit hall to report Tang San. Who knows if Tang Hao might be watching nearby. Bringing Ning Rongrong or Yi Lingling along wouldn't be convenient. With that, he walked out of the guest room and left the Rose Hotel. The moment the door closed, Xuching suddenly felt a lightness in her chest. The first step in breaking free from shackles is easier than I imagined. At the same time, after leaving the Rose Hotel, Qing quickly disappeared into a small alley. After confirming that no one was following him, he entered the Martial Soul main hall of Soto City. No one knows what he talked about after entering the Martial Soul hall. All that is known is that on this day, the entire enforcement team of the Martial Soul main hall was mobilized, causing panic among the crowds on the street. If you didn't know better, you'd think some evil spirit masters were about to attack the city. But all of this has nothing to do with Qing anymore. He has done all he could. Now it remains to be seen whether the spirit hall can lure Tang Hao out. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, everyone finished washing up early. After having breakfast, the four of them walked out of the Rose Hotel at the same time. As Ning Rongrong sat in the carriage, she noticed Xuching's tightly clenched fist. She chuckled and said, Don't be nervous. Brother Qing can handle any problem. I'm not nervous, Xuching gently shook her head. That feeling of my heart racing was definitely not nervousness. This was different from the tension I felt when I escaped from Xingluo City last time. This time, she's saying a complete goodbye to her past self, so she should be excited. As soon as she finished speaking, a delicate, fair hand suddenly covered her fist. Xuching turned her head and met Yi Lingling's extremely beautiful eyes. Now that we'll be in the same college, don't shoulder everything alone. Xuching nodded gently and said gratefully, Thank you. Listening to the conversation of the three people behind him, Qing's lips curled up slightly. He then tugged on the reins, forcing the carriage to speed up and leave Soto. Shrek Academy is located in a small village south of Soto City. Running straight along the official road, all you could see were farmlands. Soto City did live up to its reputation as the granary of Barak. In less than half an incense stick's time, a small village came into view. However, a large number of people had gathered at the entrance of the village. We've arrived. Shrek Academy is right there. Qing stopped the carriage about several dozen feet away from the village entrance. From their angle, they can see a wooden archway. The words, Shrek Academy, were clearly written on it. Ning Rongrong stared in disbelief. This is Shrek Academy. It's so shabby. In her memory, the gates of this academy, which only admitted monsters, could not be as luxurious and and as the gates of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. But at the very least, it should be like the gate of Jixia Academy, with an ancient style that makes people feel comfortable. But can such an academy really produce any monsters? It is indeed quite shabby. Xuching's eyebrows were tightly furrowed. If I hadn't met Lu Qing and the others, perhaps they might follow Dai Mubai and join such an academy. Would I still have a future then? Lu Qing laughed and said, "You can't judge a book by its cover. Perhaps he has some real talent and learning. As for the monsters produced by Shrek Academy, apart from the original Shrek 7 Devils, it seems there aren't any particularly outstanding ones." Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd. It seems to be a father bringing his child to Shrek Academy to register, and he even paid 10 gold soul coins. As a result, not only were the children unable to enroll, but their money was also not refunded. The father then started making a scene. Yi Lingling couldn't help but gasp. Shrek Academy was just too shady, wasn't it? Do I need to pay 10 gold soul coins to register? Even their Jixia Academy or the Heaven-Do Royal Academy don't need that much money. This academy is just too corrupt. Ning Rongrong was even more indignant. Lu Qing put down the reins and laughed. Let's go meet them and help Xuching break off the engagement." The three nodded repeatedly and followed Lu Qing off the carriage, heading towards Shrek Academy. The commotion in the crowd grew louder and louder. The Shrek Academy teacher in charge of registration was an elderly man in his 60s. He merely glanced coldly at the commotion before lowering his head. "Mu Bai, someone wants to collect their registration fee. Can you handle this? My injury has just healed." Beside him, Dai Mubai stood up. However, unlike that night, his head was now wrapped in bandages. When he speaks, his teeth still let out air. He lost his spirited demeanor and was replaced by a disheveled state. However, this did not prevent him from activating his soul power and revealing his soul ring. "Who wants a refund of their registration fee? If you can beat me, Shrek Academy will return it all." The 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rotated rhythmically, and the surging soul power fluctuations pressed down on everyone like a mountain. The father and son were immediately horrified. Just as they were about to give up, they heard someone laughing from behind the crowd. "Tisk tisk, all this good-for-nothing knows is how to threaten ordinary people. If you're so capable, why don't you come and beat me?" Dai Mubai was extremely familiar with that voice, and his expression immediately changed drastically. The next second, Lu Qing led Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, and Xuching through the crowd and stood in front of Dai Mubai. It's you." When Dai Mubai saw Lu Qing and the others appear, he immediately felt the pain in his wounds return. Lu Qing did not continue speaking. Xuching had already stepped forward and said, "Dai Mubai, while you've been indulging in debauchery here these past few years, have you ever remembered our engagement?" Chapter 44 Crippled Dai Mubai. "He's just a soul emperor, it's not like I haven't killed him before." Engagement. Dai Mubai was stunned for a moment before he realized who the girl in front of him was. "You are Xuching." He was both surprised and delighted, but when he remembered what had happened the night before, his face turned deathly pale. "Xuching, things aren't what they seem." Xuching raised her hand to stop Dai Mubai from saying the rest. She said coldly, "I already see things very clearly, you don't need to explain. From this day forward, our engagement is null and void, and we shall be strangers from now on." "What?" Dai Mubai was struck dumb. "I can't believe it, I was jilted." The people around who came to sign up were all shocked. The old man sitting there registering people had a playful smile on his face. Dai Mubai is quite something, he has a fiancé and still plays around like a womanizer. Xuching, why did you break off the engagement? Did they say something to you?" After speaking, Dai Mubai glared menacingly at Lu Qing, Ning Rongrong, and Yi Lingling. Xuching refused to say another word to him and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, this scene further provoked Dai Mubai. "Xuching, your parents' wishes and the matchmaker's words are not to be treated so lightly. Stop right there." He pointed at Xuching's back and angrily rebuked her, but he couldn't get Xuching to turn around and look at him. Being jilted by a woman in front of so many people, where does that leave his pride? Dai Mubai's face was flushed red, and the veins on his forehead were bulging, clearly indicating that he was extremely angry. He took a step forward and reached out to grab Xuching. Xuching. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Upon hearing this, Xuching's face immediately turned cold. In an instant, her soul power surged, and her eyes changed color. A long, black cat tail grew out from behind her, and a pair of cat ears appeared on her head. It was her martial spirit, the Netherworld cat. She quickly turned around and raised her right hand to grab Dai Mubai's body. Dai Mubai's pupils contracted slightly, and he immediately activated his martial soul possession. White Tiger Martial Soul, possess. Dai Mubai roared and thrust his right fist to meet the attack head-on. Bang! Xuching let out a soft snort and stepped back, feeling a sharp pain in her arm from the impact. The Netherworld cat is a martial soul of the agility-based attack type. In terms of sheer power, how could it possibly be a match for the White Tiger Martial Soul? Xuching, I advise you to take back what you just said, otherwise, Dai Mubai said with a ferocious expression. Are you all right? Yi Lingling quickly supported Xuching's shoulder. She could clearly feel Xuching's right shoulder trembling slightly, indicating that it was injured. Xuching gently shook her head, rubbed her right hand which was in excruciating pain, and straightened her back. She coldly replied, whether you want to fight or kill, I, Xuching, will accompany you to the end. All right, just for what you said, I, Ning Rongrong, will help you today. Ning Rongrong snorted at Dai Mubai. White-haired kitten, don't think you're so great. In our eyes, you're nothing. After saying that, she released her martial soul, the Seven Treasures glazed tile pagoda, whose glazed light was dazzling. At this moment, the old man who had been sitting and watching the play suddenly stood up. The Seven Treasure glazed tile pagoda. You're from the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Yi Lingling also raised her right hand, and the phantom image of begonia flowers appeared around her. The old man frowned. The Yi family's 9-heart begonia. Today is really lively. I initially thought it was just a farce, and that Dai Mubai could make a scene if he wanted. But now both the Seven Treasure glazed tile school and the Yi family of the 9-heart begonia are involved. If something really happens, it will be difficult to handle the situation later. Dai Mubai, however, was blinded by rage. So what if it's the Seven Treasure glazed tile school and the 9-heart begonia? Dare to interfere in my affairs. Even the Seven Treasure glazed tile school can't protect you. Pretty arrogant. Qing chuckled and walked between Dai Mubai and Xuching. He beckoned with his finger. Come on, let me see what other real skills you have. Kid, I was careless the night before last. But if you insist on courting death today, then don't blame me. Dai Mubai roared and swung his fist at Qing. But the next second, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. It was as if he had been rammed by a dozen elephants. He was sent flying backward. Bang! He crashed heavily into the Shrek Academy wall, this time embedding himself directly into it. Before he could react, Qing kicked him again. Moreover, this time his methods were even more ruthless, his big foot striking Dai Mubai's thigh directly. Ah! Dai Mubai let out a shrill scream as the wall cracked open. He was sent flying backwards into Shrek Academy, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The villagers who came to sign up were all dumbfounded, never expecting Qing to be so ruthless. Especially that last thrust, which caused many men to feel physical pain and involuntarily clench their legs. You've really dirtied my shoes. Qing raised his hand and patted the surface of his shoes. The old man snapped out of his shock and glared fiercely at Qing. Kid, you've gone a bit too far. What, you dare to lay a hand on us? Ning Rongrong stood with her hands on her hips and shouted at Qing. The old man snorted and summoned a long staff with dragon patterns. At the same time, white, yellow, purple, and black spirit rings appeared on his body one by one. Originally, out of consideration for the Seven Treasure glazed tile school and physician Yi Renxin, I would not interfere in your conflict. But you were so ruthless, you will not be let off easily. You, quote. Qing opened his right hand, and dark red lightning exploded in his palm. The blood-patterned sword, carrying a fierce aura, landed in his hand. Furthermore, the spirit rings, one yellow, one purple, and two black, were even more frightening than the old man's spirit rings. At that very moment, the old man felt the dragon-patterned staff in his hand trembling and making a resonant sound. It wasn't just his martial spirit, even some children in their parents' arms couldn't control their own martial spirit. Longswords, spears, sabers, and other weapon spirits appeared uncontrollably. Their trembling sounds incessant. Behind the crowd, a black-haired youth stared intently at the blood-patterned sword in Xuching's hand. That's right, it's this kind of lightning. It really was him. Xuching raised his blood-patterned blade, pointing it forward, and said coldly, a mere 6-ring Soul Emperor. It's not like I haven't killed them before. Rongrong, Sister Ling, activate the soul rings. Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling both nodded and released their spirit rings at the same time. Both of them had yellow-purple spirit rings, but Yi Lingling was different, as she had an extra black 10,000-year spirit ring. All of them are spirit rings that have exceeded their age limit. A 4th spirit ring that's 10,000 years old. And a 3rd spirit ring that's 10,000 years old. The old man immediately felt the pressure. Shrek Academy's admission criteria are monster students. But compared to these 3 people, those monster students are nothing but kittens. This is a real little monster, who has a 3rd and 4th spirit ring that are both 10,000 years old. The atmosphere began to become tense. Parents who had brought their children to enroll in Shrek Academy quickly took their kids and fled far away. This kind of battle is simply beyond their ability to participate in. The black-haired youth was hidden in the crowd, his killing intent reaching his eyes, and he secretly activated the hidden arrow switch on his right hand. But the next instant, he saw Xuching turn his head around. That pure killing intent locked onto him once again. The black-haired boy trembled slightly and quickly lowered his right hand. But his face was gloomy, and his killing intent towards Xuching intensified. Xuching snorted coldly. Sure enough, Tang-san had also come here. That means the plot hasn't changed. He still became Yu Shaoging's apprentice. Moreover, it was Yu Shaoging who sent him to Shrek Academy. Forget it. Let's leave this trouble to the Spirit Hall. The enemy before us now is that old man. He withdrew his gaze, his pure killing intent locking onto the old man once more. The blood-patterned sword slammed heavily onto the ground, causing cracks to appear. You wanted to get physical. Come on, give it a try. Arrogant brat. Does he think he's invincible? Even a clay figure has a temper. The old man was enraged by the shouting and immediately raised his dragon-patterned stick to smash it down. Chapter 45 Unleashing Full Power. Defeating the Soul Emperor. Intimidating Zhao Wuji. Inside Shrek Academy. Because of Dai Mubai's shout, all the teachers from Shrek Academy came out. However, Shrek Academy has always had very few students, so there are only 2 or 3 teachers, not many at all. Mubai, what's wrong? They ran to the gate and saw Dai Mubai lying on the ground like a dead dog. My God, who did this? Look, a teacher noticed the dark red lightning flashing outside the gate and immediately shouted a warning. After his reminder, everyone looked up at the gate. With a clang, a crisp metallic sound rang out. With the enhancement of his 2nd and 1st soul skills, Xuching's body was also surrounded by a layer of shimmering light. He twisted his body and leapt high into the air, swinging his blood-patterned broadsword in a powerful slash. The old man used his dragon-patterned staff to block, but the force of that strike far exceeded his expectations. He grunted and stumbled back 4 or 5 steps before using his long staff to steady himself. Such immense power. The old man looked down and saw a crack on his dragon-patterned staff. I dare not claim to be invincible, but defeating you is more than enough. Xuching chased after him again, brandishing his Mo Dao. This junior is arrogant. The old man raised his dragon-patterned staff, and his soul power erupted. 2nd soul skill, dragon pattern heavy strike. 4th soul skill, armor-piercing dragon strike. In that instant, the dragon patterns on the dragon pattern staff seemed to come alive, emitting a breathtaking dragon roar. The next second, the 2 weapon spirits collided violently. The scarlet lightning shot out like a poisonous dragon, instantly obliterating the yellow dragon patterns on the dragon patterned staff. Then, the 2 of them backed away at the same time. The old man began to doubt his life. Was this young man really just a 4th ring soul master? Just then, he saw the 3rd spirit ring under Xuching's feet light up. And his pupils suddenly contracted. 3rd soul skill, breaking waves. Xuching gripped the blood-patterned blade, which radiated a scarlet light, with both hands and swung it in a wide arc. Brush. A crimson, 4-jong long blade of energy flew out from the ground. Wherever it passed, it stirred up sand and gravel from the ground. This is Xuching's third soul skill, which comes from a 13,000-year-old abyss terraclaw bear. A sharp, 3-jong long blade of energy is released forward, attacking all enemies within its range and dealing high damage. Furthermore, the higher the fighting spirit, the greater the range and damage of the sword energy. It took him, Erlong, and Douluo a lot of effort to catch it back then. The old man hurriedly activated his soul P.O.R. and unleashed his sixth soul skill to meet the attack head-on. The yellow dragon pattern on the dragon pattern staff in his hand was fully activated, and the staff transformed into a giant staff phantom that slammed down. Unfortunately, the giant staff phantom was shattered the instant it encountered the crimson blade energy. And the crimson blade, with unstoppable momentum, continued its attack on the old man. The old man was about to be cut in half at the waist. Upon seeing this, a Shrek Academy teacher quickly activated his martial soul possession and released a soul skill to help the old man block the attack. "Professor Li Yusong, are you all right?" "It's nothing." The old man, Li Yusong, was pale. Although he had blocked the crimson sword energy, his body was also injured by it, and he coughed up blood. "How is Mu Bai?" "I've already sent someone to call Oscar back." The Shrek teacher stared coldly at Xuching in front of him. "Old Li, let's join forces and capture this man first." "It's not that simple." Li Yusong looked down at his martial soul. Having withstood 2 attacks from the blood-patterned sword, the dragon patterns on it had dimmed considerably. The once smooth stick now has several cracks. Especially when he blocked the blade's energy just now, if it weren't for someone's help, his dragon-patterned staff would probably have broken. "What, is it over already?" Xuching said. Ning Rongrong, Yi Lingling, and Xuching stepped forward at the same time. Despite facing 2 soul emperors, they stood fearlessly behind Xuching. "Young man, now apologize honestly and leave. And Shrek Academy will not hold it against you, how about that?" Li Yusong said in a deep voice. "Why should we apologize? It was clearly that white-haired tiger who attacked first." Ning Rongrong shouted. Xuching snorted coldly, raised his modao with both hands, and shouted, "Want to apologize? Take this move from me first." As soon as he finished speaking, lightning once again enveloped his entire body. Second soul skill, Raging Battle Intent. Domain, Heavenly Thunder Prison Array. Xuching directly unleashed the domain of the blood-patterned blade. With a whoosh, a blood-red blade mark covered an area of 100 meters in radius, and dark red lightning flickered in the air. At this moment, his aura had reached its peak. "This is a domain. How old is he?" Li Yusong exclaimed in surprise. "Old Li, don't just stand there. Quickly unleash your soul skill." Another Shrek teacher also realized that something was wrong. This young man is too powerful. Not only is his third spirit ring at the 10,000-year level, but he even has a domain. If they don't go all out, they might lose here. However, just as they were circulating their soul power and activating their 6th soul ring, which was the highest level they had ever reached, Xuching's 4th spirit ring also erupted immediately. 4th soul skill, Earth-Shattering Mountain Crushing. At this moment, the blood patterns on the blood-patterned sword became increasingly red. The dark red lightning was incredibly violent, constantly tearing through the air. With a loud shout, Xuching gathered his soul power to the limit, leapt into the air, and slashed the ground with his modao. A deafening roar. The powerful blade force tore through the ground 50 meters ahead. Before Li Yusong and the other Shrek teacher could defend themselves, they were struck by the fierce blade force. The 2 of them trembled, and their vision went black. Even the circulation of soul power in soul skills was stopped. The next second, Xuching suddenly swung his knife. This is a variation of his 4th soul skill. First, charge up and slam the ground, then the powerful blade strike to knock the enemy away or stun them. Then, he delivered the fatal blow, ending the enemy's life. With the support of Battle Intent and the Heavenly Thunder Prison Array, the power of this strike has already caused space to begin to distort. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this strike will surely kill Li Yusong and the other man. But then, an accident happened. A middle-aged man who was not tall but had an unusually strong build suddenly appeared. His muscles bulged, stretching his coarse linen clothes, and he stood in front of Li Yusong and the other man. Fifth soul skill. Gravity compression. The middle-aged man's face was contorted with rage as he continuously released his soul power to compress the air into a solid state, attempting to counteract the power of Xuching's strike. But the next second, the blade's energy exploded in front of him. A loud bang. The middle-aged man staggered back 2 steps, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Another one? Ning Rongrong asked in surprise. Yi Lingling also frowned. She had witnessed the power of Xuching's 4th soul skill. It was a soul ring he obtained by hunting a nearly 30-year-old Zontai heavy rhinoceros. Last year, Xuching used this move to kill a 6-ring soul emperor level evil soul master. But now, it's been blocked by someone. The middle-aged man raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his lips and said, as expected of the little war god of Jixia Academy, your talent is indeed extraordinary. Vice Dean, Li Yusong and the Shrek teacher snapped out of their dizziness and looked at the middle-aged man in surprise. The middle-aged man merely glanced at the two of them indifferently before looking at Xuching, Ning Rongrong, Yi Lingling, and the others. Want to fight some more? Xuching gripped the hilt of the blood-patterned sword tightly. He recognized the person in front of him as Zhao Wuji, the vice dean of Shrek Academy. He reached the realm of a 7th ring soul saint, and his soul power level had reached 76. The middle-aged man suddenly coughed up blood, his breathing becoming weak. You may leave, but Shrek Academy will remember what happened today. Ling Jia, Rongrong, Xuching, let's go. Xuching snorted, picked up the blood-patterned sword with one hand, and turned to leave with Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, and Xuching. Seeing this, Li Yusong hurriedly said, Vice Dean, Mu Bai, he. No need to say anything more. Zhao Wuji let out a long breath, then looked around. He clasped his hands in a fist and asked, Gentlemen, they've left. Can we call this a day? Li Yusong and the Shrek teacher were immediately horrified and looked around. But there was no one around, only 2 cold snorts. Chapter 46 The Beautiful Pope's Attention. Does Zhao Wuji not want to take action? No, he desperately wants to take action. He rushed out the moment he heard Dai Mubai's scream. But before he could reach the scene, he was stopped by 2 people. His back was hunched, and although he looked like he was about to die, his breathing was incredibly deep. Her eyes were narrowed, yet she stared at him like a venomous snake. The other person had a straight back, broad shoulders, and a strong build. He held a black greatsword, and his sword intent was powerful. What surprised him even more was that both of them were 7th ring soul saints, or even high-level soul saints. Zhao Wuji exchanged a few simple blows with both of them, but was left with his internal energy disordered. They only let Zhao Wuji go after Xuching used his 4th soul skill. Zhao Wuji originally thought that the 2 people had sensed Flanders' presence, which was why they let him pass. It seems they were worried that Xuching would kill Li Yusong and the others here, causing a major incident. Thinking of this, Zhao Wuji roared inwardly. The 4th soul skill is comparable to the 6th soul skill of a normal soul master, and may even be more powerful. What kind of monsters is Jixia Academy producing? At the same time, Xuching left Shrek Academy with Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, and Xuching. They walked straight toward their carriage. As Xuching walked through the crowd, he suddenly glanced at Tang San in the crowd. Tang San's heart pounded like a drum, and he quickly retreated to the back of the crowd. This person is incredibly powerful and terrifying. It's not advisable to confront him head-on. We must outsmart him. He had just witnessed Xuching's 3rd and 4th soul skills. They also learned that Xuching possessed a martial soul domain. You definitely can't win if you use the blue-silver grass martial soul. No new spirit rings were added to the clear sky hammer spirit. I wonder if my hidden arrow and Zug repeating crossbow can harm him. Damn it, if I had a dragon whisker needle made of crystal gold, why would I need to be afraid of him? Tang San was extremely annoyed when he saw Xuching driving the carriage onto the official road. He wanted to chase after him, but after looking at his tattered shoes, he gave up the idea. Tang San turned to look at the dilapidated Shrek Academy gate, thinking that he should settle down first. At the very least, I'll first get into the college recommended by the teacher. Moreover, according to that person, Qing is the little war god of Jixia Academy. That means that person knows Qing very well. Perhaps we can find out some of his weaknesses or something. With that thought in mind, Tang San turned and left the crowd, walking to the entrance of Shrek Academy. At this time, Qing had just arrived at a fork in the road while driving his carriage. Going left leads to Tiando City, while going right leads to Soto City. Two people were standing at the intersection, one an old man with a hunchback and white hair and beard. Another middle-aged man dressed in black with a blank expression. Qing pulled on the reins and brought the carriage to a stop. Old Yang, what brings you to the kingdom of Barak? It's because your sister was worried about you that I made this trip myself. It was the old man with a hunched back who spoke. The wrinkled face crinkled into a smile. But you're quite the troublemaker, actually hitting a teacher at the gate of Shrek Academy. I guessed that Elder Yang would come along, Qing laughed. As they were talking, Ning Rongrong suddenly poked her head out of the carriage. Brother Qing, who is it? When she saw the old man and the middle-aged man, she was immediately delighted. Grandpa Li, and Uncle Chen Jian. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, which was his way of greeting him. Then Yi Lingling and Xuching crawled out of the carriage. Qing then said, Xuching, let me introduce you. That's Protector Chen Jian of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He's one of the disciples of Sword Douluo. And there's Elder Yang, who is a member of the Jixia Academy's Education Committee, second only to the Dean and Vice Dean in rank. This Elder Yang came when Erlong had just established the Blue Tyrant Academy. I used to be a teacher. After the name was changed to Jixia Academy, Erlong promoted him as well. Xuching quickly clasped her hands in a gesture of respect. Old Yang laughed and said, this little girl is quite good. At such a young age, her soul power has already reached level 27. She is quite a promising talent. However, within the Jixia Academy, they are not considered outstanding. Don't let Qing down. You still need to keep working hard. I understand, and I will certainly not let everyone down, Xuching said solemnly. Qing nodded slightly, then jumped down from the carriage. Elder Yang, then I'll trouble you to take everyone back to Jixia Academy. Everyone was stunned when they heard his words. Brother Qing, aren't you coming back with us? Ning Rongrong asked. Qing shook his head and said, I have something else to retrieve, so I might have to stay a while longer. Then I'll stay here with you, Yi Lingling said, about to jump off the carriage, but Qing pulled her back. Listen to me, what comes next is not something you can get involved in. Next, the titled Douluo from the Spirit H. All will likely arrive at the scene and engage in a fierce battle with Tang Hao. The lingering effects of the battle were so strong that even I might not be able to withstand them, let alone Yi Lingling and the others. Moreover, he also wants to steal Ah Yin's soul bone. It's more convenient to act alone. It would be even more dangerous if Yi Lingling or Ning Rongrong were brought along. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling and Ning Rongrong had no choice but to give up. Qing clasped his hands and said, Elder Yang, Senior Chen Jian, I'm entrusting them to you too. Chen Jian said, then be careful. I will report to my master as soon as I return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and ask him to come and pick you up. I won't trouble you, Senior Sword, will I? Qing laughed and then waved his hand. He watched as Old Yang and Chen Jian drove away in their carriage, taking Ning Rongrong, Yi Lingling, and Xuching with them. Yi Lingling poked her head out and whispered, come back safely. Don't worry everyone. Qing smiled and waved goodbye to everyone. He then turned his head and looked at Shrek Academy, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Little Sanzi, I hope you're ready to accept my big gift. The Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall should have already sent the message to Spirit City, right? Hopefully the people from Wuhan City will be strong. It will be best if one of those elders came out of seclusion. Just as he expected, the Soto City Martial Soul Main Hall has already sent his report to Martial Soul City. When the scroll bearing the mark of Top Secret was presented to the Papal Palace, the figure seated on the high throne slowly opened his purple eyes. Tang San is in Soto City. Who reported this information? BBDong stared Ko LDLY ahead at the steward from the Soto City Marshal Seoul Main Hall who had come to deliver the message. The steward of the Soto City Marshal Seoul Main Hall clasped his hands and said, "He didn't say his name, but we all recognize him. It is none other than Lu Qing, the little war god of Jixia Academy in the Heavenly Do Empire." So it was him. BBDong's face revealed a playful smile. He had heard that name far too many times in the past 6 years. It started with the exchange match between Blue Tyrant Academy and Heavenly Do Royal Academy. They renamed Lanba Academy to Jixia AC Academy and established the Evil Extermination Team to kill evil spirit masters. This person's name was on every list of evil spirit masters that the Spirit Hall of the Heaven Do Empire sent for their extermination. A soul ring configuration that exceeds the age limit. With his extraordinary talent, he became a soul master at the age of 12. A decisive and ruthless personality and ruthless methods. These impressions sparked BBDong's interest in the name Lu Qing. This is practically a male version of her. They even brought in the martial soul archives from the martial soul temple of Heaven Do City. When she noticed that Lu Qing's martial soul was the blood-patterned Mo Dao, which was suspected to be a god-level martial soul, she had the idea of recruiting him. Unfortunately, before she could even take any action, she was stopped by the Grand Elder, Qian Daoliu. "Xiao Shui will handle this, you are not allowed to interfere." BBDong thought of what Qian Daoliu had said, and chuckled lazily as she reclined on the papal throne. "Okay, I won't interfere. But this time he came to me of his own accord, so you can't blame me." Chapter 47. A storm is brewing. BBDong descends on Soto City. The Spirit Hall is taking a very cautious approach to dealing with Tang Hao and his son. This is all because they suffered too many losses at the hands of Tang Hao. Whether it was the previous pope, Qian Zunji, or the pursuit in recent years, not only did they fail to capture Tang Hao, they also lost many high-level soul masters. This also damaged the reputation of the Spirit Hall on the continent. The Spirit Hall is often ridiculed for its decline, as it couldn't even capture a single Haoshan Douluo. So this time, after receiving information from Tang Hao and Tang San, BBDong has temporarily formed a united front with the Hall of Offerings. She and 2 other worshippers from the Hall of Offerings led 4 elders from the Hall of Elders into battle. He also led 3 8-ring soul Douluos and 10 7-ring soul saints to Soto City. Although there are not many people, this is definitely the biggest move the Spirit Hall has ever made. One day later, Soto City, Martial Soul Main Hall. The main hall doors were wide open, and the bishops and deacons of the main hall knelt down to greet them. "Greetings, Your Holiness the Pope." The crowd spoke in unison, their voices like a resounding bell, deafeningly loud. Then, BBDong appeared, dressed in a long purple dress and holding a silver papal scepter. She stepped down from the carriage with an elegant demeanor. Behind her were the 4 elders of the Elder Hall. One of them was her trusted confidant, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan, and Ghost Douluo Gui Mei. Meanwhile, the 2 worshippers in the offering hall chose to remain hidden in the shadows and seize the opportunity to act. "Have you found out where Tang San is now?" BBDong led the group into the hall, her voice cold and devoid of any emotion. "Yes, Your Holiness, we have already investigated." The hall master of the Martial Soul Main Hall, a black-robed bishop, bowed his head to report. "It has been confirmed that Tang San is currently using the alias Yin San. I attended the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy 6 years ago. After graduating, I officially enrolled at Shrek Academy yesterday." Yin San. BBDong frowned. She remembered that name too. The Notting City Martial Soul Hall has recorded many of his subsidy receipts. He possesses the useless martial soul blue silver grass. Yet he is a genius with innate full soul power. BBDong had even considered recruiting him into her ranks, but she never expected him to be Tang Hao's son. Now, thinking back carefully, Tang San, Silver 3. Aren't these 2 names pretty much the same? One of them is Tang from the Haoshan sect. The other one is the Silver One, which is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. BBDong couldn't help but sneer, never expecting that she wouldn't even see through such a clumsy disguise. The head of the main hall suddenly asked, "Your Holiness, the main hall's enforcement team has assembled. Shall we proceed immediately?" BBDong's purple eyes flickered as she said, No rush, where is the whistleblower? The whistleblower. The main hall master's voice suddenly choked. What? Didn't you tell him to wait for me here? BBDong's eyes turned cold. The main hall master's breath hitched, and he swallowed hard. Reporting to His Holiness the Pope. We did bring him here. The whistleblower said he had an urgent matter to attend to. After reporting Tang Hao's son's whereabouts yesterday, he left in a hurry. BBDong's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Did you leave in a hurry because of something urgent? It seems that Xuching's motives for reporting Tang Hao and his son weren't as pure as he had imagined. Where did you go? BBDong asked. The temple master, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, replied. After leaving Soto City, he headed northwest. Northwest direction. BBDong carefully recalled the map of the Heavenly Do Empire. Was there anything special about the northwest of Soto City? She couldn't understand what Xuching's purpose was. It seemed she would only find out by finding him. Let's get started. First, let's go to Shrek Academy and capture Tang San. BBDong looked at the four elders, Zhu Gui, and said, during the operation, everyone will follow the instructions of the four elders. As you command. The four elders, Chrysanthemum and Ghost, solemnly clasped their fists, then turned to look at the group from the Spirit Hall. Operation begins. Arrest them. Yes. The Spirit Hall members rushed out in a swarm, heading straight for Shrek Academy outside Soto City. BBDong inquired about Xuching's appearance and attire from the main hall master before standing at the entrance of the Martial Soul main hall. She slightly raised her snow-white neck, her purple eyes gazing at the azure sky, fixed on the northwest direction. Is it over there? After saying that, she disappeared from the spot. At the same time, it is more than 200 miles northwest of Soto City. Xuching rode a fast horse, and his guests traveled on the official road. He had already anticipated that the Spirit Hall would take action soon. So after reporting Tang San's whereabouts to Soto City yesterday, he hurriedly headed to Holy Soul Village. There's nothing special about the northwest direction, except for Holy Soul Village. After running until he was tired, he led his horse to find a place with water to rest temporarily. He took out some pre-prepared dry rations from his storage soul tool and took a bite. At my current speed, I should be able to reach Holy Soul Village in 2 days at most. Tang Hao, please don't transfer Ah Yin's soul bone, or I'll have made a wasted trip. Having filled its stomach, the horse regained its strength. Xuching mounted his horse again, tugged on the reins, and continued towards Holy Soul Village. However, at that moment, he sensed a powerful soul force rushing towards him from behind at an extremely fast speed. That surge of soul power came way too fast. In just 2 or 3 breaths, it had already passed over his head. Who is that? Could they be here to steal my soul bone? Xuching was startled. Moreover, he is a soul master who can fly. Aside from martial souls that grant the ability to fly, the only other option is a title Douluo. Could it be Tang Hao? Xuching immediately shook his head, denying the guess. Although he had never fought Tang Hao's martial soul and soul power were different from that soul power. That soul power was enveloped in a layer of purple light and was filled with an evil aura. Before he could think any further, the purple soul power, carrying an evil aura, had already landed in front of him. As the purple light faded, what was finally revealed was a woman of breathtaking beauty. Her beauty is undeniable. She is so beautiful that she has almost no flaws. Every part of her body seems to be a masterpiece of God. Even though Xuching had seen many beautiful women, such as Ning Rongrong, Yi Lingling, Du Guyan, and Zhu Xuching, even his own sister, Lu Erlong, couldn't compare to the beauty of the woman before him. Her graceful and alluring figure can make any man's heart race with every gesture. But Xuching had no time to appreciate such beauty. He was completely unmoved, and his eyes even held a hidden murderous intent. With her purple eyes, purple dress, stunning beauty, and noble and elegant demeanor, she possesses a captivating charm. It seems that only one person on the entire continent fits the bill. The current pope of the Spirit Hall is BBDong. Xuching smiled and said, "Sister, the official road is so wide, why did you suddenly block my way? Is there something you need?" "Sister." BBDong's lips curled up slightly, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. "The little one has a sweet tongue. Then thank you for the compliment, sister. But I wonder what brings you here. Xuching raised an eyebrow, secretly gathering her soul power. BBDong crossed her arms and said calmly, Xuching, a student of Jixia Academy, is hailed by many as the little war god of Jixia Academy. His achievements over the past 6 years have been outstanding, including being the youngest recipient of the Purple Gold Soul Badge in the Heaven Do Arena. Furthermore, they join ed forces with the Spirit Hall to repeatedly wipe out evil spirit masters within the Heaven Do Empire. Xuching put one hand on his hip and laughed, Sister, you've done a really thorough investigation. Could it be that you've taken a fancy to me? Yes, my sister has her eye on you, BBDong said. This isn't a good idea. Xuching laughed and said, I'm only 12 years old, and I don't accept being married into a family. All right, I have something urgent to attend to. Goodbye, sister. After saying that, he waved his hand, walked around BBDong, and ran away. Chapter 48. The Battle of Soto City begins. The persistent BBDong. The sound of horses' hooves whizzed past BBDong. She was stunned for a moment, but quickly came to her senses. Turning to look at the retreating figure of the boy, her smile deepened. This is an interesting little fellow. I'd like to see where you're headed. The next second, 6 thin, cicada wing-like purple wings grew from behind BBDong. It's her external soul bone. The 6-winged purple light wings. With its delicate, cicada wing-like purple wings fluttering gently, it caught up with Xuching in an instant. Sensing soul power chasing after him, Xuching frowned. Looking back, I felt both helpless and angry. External soul bones that grant flight capabilities are truly ruthless. Moreover, Xuching didn't know why BBDong was so conflicted about him. Tang Hao's real business is in Soto City. If your holiness has nothing else to do, please keep an eye on that area. Little guy, want to have a contest? BBDong chuckled and said, let's see if your horse runs faster or my 6-winged purple light wings fly faster. If you win, wherever you want to go, I'll fly you there. But if you lose, how about you come with your sister? Is this interesting? Xuching chuckled. Trying to outrun your 6-winged purple light wings with an ordinary horse. Only a fool would agree. BBDong said calmly, as long as you agree to come to Wuhan City with me in the future, I will take you wherever you want to go now. Forget it, sister. The place I'm going to is too dangerous for you to go, Xuching said with a wave of his hand and a smile. BBDong's beautiful eyes sparkled as she said, you report Tang San's whereabouts to the Spirit Hall so we can lure Tang Hao out. But you left Soto City ahead of time, and not to return to Tiando City. Presumably, it's for something Tang Hao has, right? Xuching was secretly alarmed. This female pope actually guessed his intentions based on only a little information. As expected of the iron-blooded pope, her mind works incredibly fast. Xuching was about to retort when he sensed a powerful fluctuation of soul power coming from behind him. He frowned and immediately pulled on the reins to stop. Then he turned to look in the direction of Soto City. Has a fight broken out? As soon as he finished speaking, a huge phantom image of the Haotian hammer appeared in the sky. It slammed down onto the ground, accompanied by golden light and a powerful aura. That is the true form of Haotian. Boom! The earth shook violently. A howling wind swept in, carrying faint fluctuations of soul power. The trees along the official road trembled violently. BBDong also stopped, her 6-winged purple wings gently fluttering behind her. Ho's star-like purple eyes were fixed on the illusory image of the Haotian hammer, their pupils deep and devoid of any emotion. Wow, this is what a battle between titled Douluos looks like, Xuching exclaimed in amazement. If I stayed there now, I'd probably be blown away by the aftershocks of the battle. While Tang Hao is currently tied up with the Spirit Hall, we must hurry up and retrieve Yin's soul bone. Delay may lead to unforeseen changes. He suddenly looked at BBDong and asked, Sister, a fight has already broken out over there. Aren't you going to help? BBDong said calmly, no need, those people are enough. Quote, compared to the peerless genius before him who possesses a martial soul that is suspected to be divine, what is Tang Hao? Moreover, the Spirit Hall sent 4 elders, Chrysanthemum and Ghost, as well as 2 high-ranking officials this time. If they can't even defeat Tang Hao, the consequences are obvious. Sister, you should go and take a look. I won't accompany you. Xuching waved his hand. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw BBDong flapping her 6 purple wings and flying over. She crossed her arms and looked at him indifferently. That expression was telling him, I'm sticking with you. Don't even think about getting rid of me. Xuching sighed helplessly. Why was this beautiful Pope so persistent? Are we supposed to have her follow us around like this forever? That won't do. What if BBDong also takes a liking to Ayin's soul bone? I need to figure out a way to dump her. BBDong watched, his eyes darting around, and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Trying to run. No one I set my sights on can escape my grasp. In the past, regardless of whether the other party was willing or not, she would have knocked them once and taken them back to Wuhan City long ago. But she felt that Xuching seemed to have other purposes this time, and it was very likely that he was related to Tang Hao. BBDong wanted to see what Tang Hao had that was so important to him. Watching Xuching ride away on horseback, she also flapped her 6-winged purple light wings and flew over. Meanwhile, outside Soto, Tang saw N was firmly bound by the ghostly soul power chains of Ghost Douluo. He watched helplessly as his father, Tang Hao, fought alone against the 4 elders, each swing of the clear sky hammer shaking the heavens and earth. But as the surrounding spirit rings grew brighter and brighter, Tang Hao continued to cough up blood. The 2 elders, Chrysanthemum and Demon, unleashed their soul fusion technique, the 2 extremes stillness domain, which truly made him very uncomfortable. In addition, there are 2 other elders and 2 Douluo from the Hall of Offerings, Qianjin Zhongmo, so his current situation is very bad. Seeing Tang Hao's blood staining his collar, Tang San's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Why did things turn out this way? He was hiding it so well yesterday. Neither the people at Shrek Academy nor the villagers knew that he was Tang San. This morning, he even specifically asked Zhao Wuji, the vice dean of Shrek Academy, about Xuching's information. As a result, a title, Douluo from the Spirit Hall, descended from the sky. Without saying a word, he threw out the soul power chains and bound him. The Shrek Academy students tried to stop them, but they were all rebuked by the Spirit Hall students. Just when Tang San thought he was going to die, his own father, Tang Hao, charged over like a hero. He wielded the clear sky hammer in his hand and killed several soul Douluo powerhouses from the Spirit Hall with a single blow. Then, he turned around and engaged in a fierce battle with the 4 elders of the Spirit Hall. Who is it? Who on earth is it? Tang San's eyes widened in fury, and a figure suddenly flashed through his mind. He remembered that Xuching had glanced at him when he left Shrek Academy yesterday. That glance was full of meaning. Clearly, the secret was revealed by him reporting it. Damn it, Xuching. You've already chosen your path to death. Tang San roared inwardly, his nails digging deep into his palms, yet he felt no pain whatsoever. If Xuching hadn't informed the Spirit Hall, how could he and his father have ended up in such a desperate situation? If it weren't for his meddling, I could have hidden my identity and cultivated peacefully. At this moment, Tang San poured all his fear and anger into the little war god he had never fought. They wished they could devour its flesh, eat its bones, sever its tendons, and drink its blood. Great Sumeru Hammer. Blast, blast, blast. Tang Hao was now cornered by the 4 elders and the arriving Qianjin Zhongmo, and half of his body was covered in blood. His right arm was torn apart, and a piece of his soul bone fell out. His power level has declined sharply, and he is no longer as dominant as he was in his prime. However, in order to rescue Tang San, who was trapped, he still chose to destroy the spirit rings, and destroyed all 6 of the first 6 spirit rings. The violent aura immediately startled the 4 elders and the 1,000-pound demon subduer, causing them to retreat. In that instant, the encirclement revealed a weakness. Tang Hao seized this opportunity and unleashed the power of the Great Sumeru Hammer. First, they forced back the combined TTACK of the 4 elders and the 6 members of the 1,000-pound demon subduing clan. Then, he turned around and swung his hammer at Tang San, killing 2 soul Douluos who were guarding Tang San. Finally, he grabbed Tang San by the collar, turned around, and ran wildly into the dense forest to the northeast. In order to completely shake off the Spirit Hall's pursuers, he did not hesitate to be Blow up his 7th and 8th spirit rings. Their speed increased dramatically again, leaving the 4 elders of Kikugwe far behind. Chapter 49 Arrival at Holy Soul Village. Ah Yin, trembling with fear. Tang Hao woke up 2 days later. His injuries had not fully healed over the years. Now, with injuries compounded by the loss of his soul bone and the weakness following the ring explosion, he is even more vulnerable. He is now in excruciating pain all over his body, and it is difficult for him to even move a finger. Fortunately, before he lost consciousness, he took Tang San to the Stardo Great Forest. He dug this cave over the past few years to hide from the spirit hall. No one knew he was hiding here. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his father had finally woken up. Then they quickly helped Tang Hao up from the ground and fed him some medicine. "Dad, how are you feeling now?" "I'm all right," Tang Hao replied weakly. He lost an arm and also lost He inherited soul bone of the Haoshan sect. His cultivation level has fallen from title Douluo to soul Douluo. But Tang Hao just couldn't understand it. Why did the spirit hall know that Tang San was at Shrek Academy? If he hadn't sensed Tang San was in danger and appeared in time. Otherwise, Tang San would have already been taken to Wuhan City. "It was Lu Qing. He's the one who reported me," Tang San shouted, his eyes wide with fury. "Lu Qing? Who is he?" Tang Hao frowned, having no recollection of the name. Tang San said, "He is from Jixia Academy, and many people call him the Little God of War." Jixia Academy. Tang Hao did know that such an academy existed. Then he remembered that there was indeed a genius named Little War God from Jixia Academy within the Heavenly Do Empire. He once wanted to send Tang San to Jixia Academy for further studies. It was Yu Shaoqing's suggestion that led Tang San to Soto City. "Tell your dad about what happened these past few days. What exactly went on?" Tang San nodded slightly, and then told Tang Hao about everything that had happened since he met Lu Qing. After hearing this, Tang Hao's face turned extremely gloomy. A 7-foot-long sword crackling with dark red lightning. "That's right, it's definitely the source of the strange phenomenon that appeared in the sky 6 years ago. He was also the mastermind behind causing Tang San to prematurely expose his twin martial souls. To my surprise, it was a teenager. Mistress, you are no match for this man right now. Don't act rashly, understand?" Tang Hao was worried that Tang San, in a fit of anger, would rush to seek revenge on Lu Qing. He has no strength left, so it will be difficult to protect him. "I know, Dad." Tang San nodded solemnly. He knew Lu Qing was incredibly strong. But he himself was no weakling either. He remembered his teacher Yu Shaoqing saying that the biggest advantage of having twin martial souls is that the second martial soul can be fully equipped with high-level soul rings. All we need to do is wait until he adds all the spirit rings to the Clear Sky Hammer, along with the Tang sect's hidden weapons. We must make Lu Qing wish he were dead. Tang Hao forced a smile and patted Tang San on the shoulder. He then began to meditate, restoring his soul power through meditation. His cultivation level has plummeted, and he knew Saint recover his strength as soon as possible. If he were to encounter the spirit hall again, he feared he wouldn't be able to protect anything. Time passed by, bit by bit. Tang Hao's soul power gradually recovered to 30 to 40%, and he no longer felt weak as before. However, it will take a long time for the destroyed spirit ring to regenerate. In any case, it will take anywhere from 4 or 5 months to 1 or 2 years. Just as Tang Hao sighed helplessly, he suddenly opened his one eye wide, as if struck by lightning in the chest. "PFF'd. Dad, what's wrong?" Tang San rushed over anxiously. Tang Hao looked up, his eyes wide with anger. "The barrier has been broken." "How is that possible? How could that place have been discovered?" He sensed that someone had forcibly broken through the protective barrier he was using to protect Yin. That was a restriction he set up with the power of his martial soul origin to protect Yin's body, which was connected to his own soul power. At this moment, the backlash of soul power felt like a heavy hammer hitting his heart. "Your mother is in trouble. Quick, we need to get back to Holy Soul Village." Tang Hao grabbed Tang San's shoulder, his voice hoarse like a demon's. Meanwhile, the Holy Soul Village has become a desolate wasteland. Behind the mountain, at the foot of a waterfall, Lu Qing looked at the stone chamber. door that had been blasted away by BBDong's palm and sighed helplessly. This crazy woman is really persistent. He had managed to get rid of BBDong several times. But in no more than 10 breaths, BBDong can catch up again immediately. After several attempts, Xuching gave up struggling. With her by his side, perhaps when Tang Hao returns, they can use her as a shield. Stepping into the stone chamber behind the waterfall, BBDong suddenly asked, "How did you know there was a stone chamber behind this waterfall? I remember your martial soul was a 7-foot-long sword, not something like an eye, right? It's a secret, not to be told to outsiders." Xuching snorted lightly. "It's better for sister not to know. You slippery little brat." BBDong wasn't annoyed. She icked her sleeves and went deep into the stone chamber. The stone chamber wasn't deep. You could see the end after walking a few more steps. BBDong's pupils contracted slightly. The items inside the stone chamber were not rare treasures. It was actually a blue-silver grass. And it's less than 100 years old. However, BBDong soon discovered the special features of this blue-silver grass. Other blue-silver grasses are entirely blue, but this particular blue-silver grass has pale gold veins. And it seemed to sense the arrival of outsiders, and not even the familiar aura of them. The blue-silver grass was trembling violently. "This is truly an interesting blue-silver grass," BBDong said softly. Xuching corrected him. "What blue-silver grass?" "This is blue-silver emperor." "What?" BBDong's pupils contracted sharply. Could this be the 100,000-year-old soul beast beside Tang Hao? Wasn't she supposed to have sacrificed herself for Tang Hao? Why is she still here? Xuching did not give any answer. Compared to the blue-silver emperor, her soul bone is the most important. Thinking of this, he immediately released his martial spirit. Blood-patterned long blade. In an instant, a fierce aura erupted in the stone chamber. The aura emanating from that long-handled sword terrified blue-silver grass even more, causing her to tremble even more violently. BBDong frowned slightly. This was the first time she had seen Xuching's martial spirit in all these days. That fierce aura made her feel a little uncomfortable. But it didn't have the holy ht of an angel that made her feel disgusted. Xuching suddenly shouted and brandished his modao to clear the stone wall on the right. Bang! With a crisp sound, gravel flew out. BBDong stared intently at Xuching with her purple eyes, and saw a lead box appear where he had cleaved open. Xuching's eyes lit up immediately, and he hurriedly went over and opened the box. The moment the lid was opened, a beam of blue-gold light shot out. The surface of the soul bone was swirling with liquid-like life energy, as if it had a heartbeat rhythm. "What is that?" BBDong sensed a surge of soul power brimming with vitality and curiously walked over. "Sister, I found this first." Fearing that BBDong would try to snatch the soul bone, Xuching hurriedly put the box into his storage soul tool. Seeing his food-protecting appearance, BBDong couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. Who was he to covet the contents of that box? But thinking about it carefully, such a powerful fluctuation of soul power should be the soul bone of that blue-silver emperor. A soul bone that has stood for 100,000 years is indeed something many people are willing to go crazy for, even at the cost of stirring up bloodshed. No wonder this little guy was willing to offend Tang Hao just to snatch things from here. "Don't look at me. I already have a complete set of soul bones, so naturally I won't take it from you." BBDong said softly. "My sister may not need it, but who knows if there's someone around her who might." Xuching chuckled. BBDong did not give a direct answer. She turned to look at the blue-silver grass that was curled up in a ball and suddenly said, "What should we do with this blue-silver grass? Should I take it back to Wuhan City?" Xuching was about to say, "Whatever." He had already obtained the soul bone, and he couldn't care less whether Yin was alive or dead. Before he could finish speaking, the blood-patterned sword in his hand suddenly trembled slightly. It emitted a buzzing sound. Chapter 50 Devouring Yin. Domain Evolution. The blood-patterned blade vibrated and hummed, a sound Xuching had never seen before. The blue-silver grass trembled even more violently, looking just like a child afraid of its parents. "What's wrong with your martial spirit?" BBDong asked, frowning. Xuching also looked bewildered. "I don't know." But it seems to be telling me that it wants to devour that blue-silver grass. BBDong lowered her purple eyes and stared intently at the blood-patterned sword. Why did this 7-foot-long sword devour that blue-silver grass? Is there anything special about that blue-silver grass to this 7-foot-long sword? Xuching shrugged helplessly, indicating that he didn't know either. 6 years after awakening his martial soul, this was the first time he had felt such a strong desire for the blood-patterned sword. Let's try it according to the feeling of the martial soul. Perhaps there will be some unexpected surprises. BBDong said. Xuching asked, "Sister, weren't you going to take her back to Wuhan City for research? Don't you want her anymore?" "No need, it's just a blue-silver emperor." BBDong waved her hand dismissively. "If you can recruit him for your own use, it will save us a lot of trouble. Moreover, compared to that blue-silver emperor, the martial spirit before us is more worthy of research. Isn't it?" She was eager to see what would happen after the 7-foot-long sword devoured the blue-silver queen. Xuching grinned, then picked up the blood-patterned sword and walked towards the blue-silver emperor. Sensing his approach, blue-silver emperor leaned back repeatedly, clearly terrified. If it had an expression, it would be crying right now. "Don't be afraid, it won't hurt. It'll be over in a minute." Xuching chuckled, then raised his modao and slashed down. With a bang, the blade cleaved the blue-silver grass in two and plunged straight into the ground. Just then, the blood patterns on the hilt suddenly lit up with a dazzling crimson gold light. The trembling sound grew louder and louder, as if it resonated with the blue-silver emperor. Blue-silver emperor sprouted blue-gold branches and leaves, which began to spread along the blade. The fusion has begun. BBDong stared intently at the changes in Xuching and the blood-patterned blade. After the branches of the blue-silver emperor began to climb onto the blood-patterned sword, the blood-patterned light winding along the hilt became increasingly dazzling. Dark red, lightning crackled and popped in the air, sounding like firecrackers. But BBDong glanced at him with her purple eyes and was surprised to find a streak of crimson gold lightning flashing by. That fierce aura remained unchanged, still as powerful as ever. However, beneath that fierce aura lay a surging wave of life. The next second, the blood-patterned blade suddenly erupted with dazzling crimson gold lightning, the dark red lightning completely merging with the blue-silver emperor's life energy. The blood-red patterns on the hilt surged violently like boiling magma, with intense sun gold light bursting from between the patterns. In an instant, the entire valley trembled. The ground cracked with spiderweb-like fissures, and crimson gold lightning burst forth from the cracks, turning the area within 100 meters into a lightning prison. The grass and trees ignite upon contact, yet new shoots sprout the instant they are burned to ashes. At this moment, destruction and life achieve a strange balance. After BBDong observed this strange phenomenon, her purple pupils contracted rapidly. She sensed a pressure that surpassed even the most powerful martial souls, and even the Rakshasa god Mark trembled at it. Wow! A god-level martial soul has appeared in the world. Just then, an extremely seductive voice rang in my ears. "Rakshasa, how did you wake up?" That alluring voice chuckled. I was already in a deep sleep. But it was because it sensed the aura of a god-level martial soul that it woke up. Is this what it means to possess a god-level martial soul? He's quite handsome. Very much to my taste. BBDong remained silent, but she had to admit that Xuching was indeed very handsome. Almost every place reflects her aesthetic sense. But she admired Xuching more than anything. I admire his talent and his ruthless and decisive methods. I had no other ideas. The aura of destruction and life coexisting. How long it's been. The alluring voice continued. This little guy is a promising talent. He might be chosen by destruction in the future. If you can make him willingly submit to you, it's the same as controlling this god-level martial soul. At that time, who you want to kill will be just a matter of a single thought. The voice chuckled softly, its tone seductive yet dangerous. BBDong crossed her arms and let out a soft hum. I'm doing these things without you reminding me. This little guy is just too cunning. During this time, she also mentioned to Xuching many times that she wanted to visit Wuhan City. But the little guy always avoided answering, or deliberately pretended to be stupid to fool me. On several occasions, BBDong even considered kidnapping people and taking them directly to Wuhan City. You should know that you're not the only one watching now. Those old guys in the offering hall, and Qian Runshui, are also keeping an eye on things. But if she actually did that, old offend the other party and put them directly on the opposite side. That would be a losing proposition. Oh my, here it comes, the alluring voice suddenly exclaimed. BBDong immediately frowned and turned to look behind her. Could it be that Tang Hao is back? So soon? Even with the combined might of Qianjin Zhongmo and the four elders Zhu Gui, they still couldn't stop him. But when she looked closely, she couldn't see Tang Hao, or even a ghost. Who's here? BBDong asked. The alluring voice said in a deep voice, someone was watching this place just now. Who? Is it the destruction you're talking about? Very likely. Then why didn't he send down a divine test? BBDong was even hoping that a deity would subject Lu Qing to a divine test. That way, I could use excuse of helping him complete the divine test to take him to Wuhan City. But after waiting for a long time, the sky didn't react at all. On the contrary, Lu Qing's martial soul evolution was complete, and all the strange phenomena disappeared. Lu Qing looked at the blood-patterned sword in his hand. The design of the Mo Dao remains the same, with the blood-red pattern still coiling around the hilt like a candle dragon. Congratulations, little guy, from now on you are also a god-level martial soul owner. BBDong walked over and carefully examined the blood-patterned sword, asking curiously. But why hasn't the appearance of this martial spirit changed at all? After devouring the blue-silver queen, the biggest change in my martial soul, the blood-patterned blade, is not in its appearance but in its domain. Lu Qing shook his longsword. Only through the information fed back by his martial soul did he learn about the abilities of the blood-patterned sword after it evolved into a god-level martial soul. You already have a domain. BBDong was startled. Lu Qing nodded, but did not tell BBDong that he had a domain by default when he awakened his martial soul. He didn't want to be taken back to Wuhan City by this crazy woman for research. BBDong didn't suspect anything and asked, "What is your domain ability? Is it related to the Blue-Silver Emperor?" Well, Lu Qing hesitated, then stopped himself from speaking. BBDong rolled her eyes, speechless. What, can't you even tell your sister this? I just gave you my soul bone that's 10,000 years old. Don't you even want to share this little bit of information with your sister? All right, for the sake of the 100,000-year-old soul bone. Lu Qing grinned. Then, he swung his BR-Ode sword horizontally and released his domain. With a whoosh, the entire stone chamber was covered with bloody knife marks. Dark red lightning flickered in and out of the air, crackling and popping. This is my domain, the Heavenly Thunder Prison Formation. Having devoured the Blue-Silver Queen, the domain has awakened a new ability called Blade Soul Revival. Subsequently, Lu Qing activated his soul power and released his domain ability. The next second, a stunningly beautiful and ethereal female silhouette appeared behind him. Qing sang should be earned in this hour as in the earlier. The house rings not up as ice in law. His great the Erlong hall. Sa is free ball full the grader he all. And will sir hot over that. Late know the full that would. Then has not probably cool. The Asian boy to know African are here the process. Is Erlong you eat for the show each good. Suspend the lucky on mid in zero soul. From givers and bits of the doors again. The year and I first deal of you. I heard it be in our own. All the and sir went at him. Bad on the arrows and eventual own wing with everybody. That right after I can do it. And the survival civil reveal. This early. April can deal in the earls battle and go. First head Irish. This and over shots by without him. He rebelled others. Out. Jail it's black. Zip ever rebelled. Rooms to sing. So out. All to learn. Yeah, the industry drop. At the bot. They are for in stylefully. He in the enemy he knows. Boom will even there. She's your. I'm back. I trust for dismal. He has control and me voted. It that was right thing should have inspired him for you soul. He the attempts with her lap and also one hands. Train on the bull until next half. Still she from out. Right out each other. Get doing it or twitching out. Up I he burdened. Equally trains Rams keys at there. All of young bird hunting key way of there. Excellent. Called little foes to Harris Charlie. Dash up and see him. Goes us with his culture. Builder. I got that. Hey, rubber cutter. Yeah, there they do off on living shoulder. Borse red shell. Okay, little red humbly. Strip to battle and stir. Some of the bread cassette red still doing little and media. She ends sing us. Evan out sure. Miss God to our side. This girl who a battle it. She and Rav. But not you had to have so young. He was perfect. She is better. Water and you were substitution. Inner sea soul. He had higher. Still wrong ever nickname. Do it. Heal. Long run from Dan Fade by me. Said or Lucia the day, and read bomb for world, honor submission, she was, but then I singly was a, I didn't toss it back, Evan asked, why, issue these food, young matter, young play, yes, I'll, and so zoom and him out, he had boss arrows, little terrible, help no, shen, she clear video, perfect and his even her as we, started, Louis, Arl asked, was in, warrior, it's one roll, yo, drive on thing, yo, boss, soul, the men was in, and new Lucian, and for rod, Lou long spoke, he plus the camp, sat where, can go and war, can't to kick us, shell, all angel, is there, it's though, my show, blue hand mat, I'll give you the so. After the butter or hazy under fish blue win Lucia even in the big world lure me fell over sure spot Bars and 30 island blue can you wipe for force there the will again Marcel links the blush leafy that I saw pretending that deep and you from blue and spider is the alien anti model more from blue from the link this the megas of sort in paradise is double show possibility looking on space to be straw is serval and earl has him vessel is a real the other Marcel the how the name edge factors asking he who Austin Sarah, I don't get how to tight who are doing the new field. I will be fresh, sister second parcel doing that who honestly to his out in their body can live virgin cells or searing well one black and black a bit feet. Sin this future got for year which girl cell. Be ready like so far with Nasri then to lure loss they're turning new and wouldn't work to see. Air shot to fast or did what comes on Nasri. So you can on all you vessel here. Luch sister source up. Blend then no this will me big let blow on drip well don't need light to bustle up surely to go out in but never then unneeded that way. Uncast lost but chicken to chicken. If you look the word on muscle, the brigade has a little attache up on the fat from Master Jason the pot that had it. That little ever conclusion the shoulder doing into the six Harris Marcel, Cessor, Squadron dear line, oh you see it. Action equals and fidelity. The sector, it did not gain a better open luring the powerful shot from all his unlikely compared. The is blow off, or svet live cooling, looting and sends, echoes our feet, ooh, dine, here eyes dear and look them boys and cooling in days. A rare old slut it to flint. Boom, strips, criminal so dear, who all the about inside crim from the kids. Excellent, life, live from the levels, hands reckless, oh ass. After text, unshoot our look, for a shot, worms and eat the Qing Harem of Finite, eat it and so ass of sap, rock. Solar learning dice and reckless fire, swing the ice and flint, best learning medicine, a from the level sleep, see this soon I could die block, dying out believe that burden, who all sleeps, soon I don't leader race, wicked sober, I look them shore and body, move, each ice will tell you and muzzle wars, who already sent his look cut, etc. So one button, one header show, however, special fish harm show spot, all the add you see fish the fish hood, don't your tish that in a day or for fish, was, but mountains fluff and near, but also swiss westward, Chaffy 3 and 100 zeal below, every literal and linger, horse and ludu, nchi, so short pattern, a boss Irish state, yin with jet and day. Good, July law, age like his out him. You try this, it did get always you hear me. I wrong, shikly burden, GDS, shouting, Woodsley on so see. After Ogden World, so silly, he find credit. I so you were able cat so as fit looting at us and so on, go I he bought, and I like the half day from my head out, or what I do, got wet. Or Lucian solid, do such like senior, I will be burn, looting at Janet is like the bear 7 last century ice boss. Actually, look, down there, Shan you loot, you I care, let your back. Ah, or Shrek, say, Lucian, Vilfort, how was I in the treasure? Virtually, do any increase or I would have the bone. It didn't with your like going on around. By the trail for Lucian will be games. The soul water out you'll over were not ever me. Bellu bone, where that ling was new to process something else, but I mean, every jig hammer show, the blue muscle, will remain. Errol Buttons, up shrub and hers. No, shall do ying chewing for other remains. Let hand or there be our able to start this phone out to see me. And the day was short, it had that in Los Angeles, we Sam Kinsel, it ran or lossing upon Yings and the Rensil, native and weaver, and let's do show, and in his life on the one is for black and Osman and Nas use our chill to me, blue ray show, J. and other light shows that can detect or do the or do the hair, regular is written. Oh, no, you laugh, I was on being out our brain. saving toil, kind of zero, same as what's American, who also functions for the not in system values, the ridiculous arsel, or the old tanks of vision. Ugly was triple of bingy, Nifajin, fourth is Jack and so was us, the very little cross, just every my little slam bill now, dash it, or album, the small, the suburban, food and super working dash, Sean suits a cat, ardens much illusions, but the same miles are getting display. Also, the eyes out and near to the shifies of the which sold by tomorrow. Do set all your set is a food. If I do a rare pose, little and chicken puts up to Bubo. Navy spot, stay, like and G to Panasia. Wouldn't change from here. That he dear, Chinas and intersect mock. I you will west. Buo now you get left. Do and set the customer. And I can pose or L power. Then my do both in love. D you must say here. And at the ways for and stay out sturdy. Silver figure and mist all the it was on her zero bold. Thing is, doing out from school. The moon was in and blush for the shown. Oh, you'll either up for Sakura, early high parcel. There's a later operator, is not advertive ego. Go your industrial secrets are higher. But little lighter light in book in her in geology. Lush across the is low of his blunt. Is it just so Lush would be not blind the sir. But he away from your gun and the brust. Speed learned me, she said, and also by own. He was on her clearly, will send it doing now. So I blow out on no testo and sorry. Doing phase it's a minor was I need my ear or you. This is the latter also the busser the earlier bot and in the village of the admirable direct the future ordinance of fullness it is civil the bull janist they're moving go and down to rule by or the origin left no songs from will be like love shira agreement vesser dollar of core build my the shatter to music support the build my the oh it was fun to see their job have so have to spread right the thing for visitor bubo hakis up the make sir do hand pay her to ordinary do offer eggs collect of report earn scientist nice bar me the she's even research roll with clear loom pen there was some bird or zing's he created to the sheer tabby bones and spews right up Dickinson you yes but me I said go me chicken dan was some jacks in the button of the Dan Lucia Lurley down this out of in the apples SRG no time little as a real loons are under the over this lurl there's a chase there is many to see where to have a got key first and that it might be reached the people this at one is over so so many that evenly present blue as is intelligently but at moment in his zones literally everything for there are about up to once is the we've all which little this device they are real and where exit but really simple that so have little moving is hints more than off the just no fickle first rent feel also into word finger info so and like learn it orbital that just at where the stud wheat sun if run fear with as a lucia is hot rule no out go out with his iron kickers in no journal for the end of it fingers fine in the resale out siblings he is saying me do but who do I car and almost have shines however paid Luffy aha I had to he's red Luffy deserve heavens in his illness if not eating her used to look around lulu ling out of the that was like this what team sleep week's chest he was to loser and sold growth Sibu or from now doing away from Sakura on the spoon a video with water who also from both and to test there was a push door on the core looking at the father was my fellow firmly there his hand deep in the saber outing outfit who also had the finger here the video lose of course such as the fire arsenal when he swims in 5 of the hard spot oh I she's a lord marshal the top but how that it outrise about do back is shot yeah bird be loose airs and thunder gives still time to yes all the line blue happy plateau beer whiskey the always circle speedo is the g of the server say chemical elder had it all from Zala this is the secondary but they hear the separate in the ram all if that she else not serves so or the booster name for the this shame be strong hands the fox the j room do be tawas the oil you read out except for it had marked in probably face it a soul in the third wonder oh year so to things but go show ram and black egg first go golly was wonder all life of kill I hit reef for him think or the more as I have working real jai do when she out lungs and super lows vocal did get this round now she was on my on way your day Lord I'll never stuff dead better fire system wouldn't be with in raw she said how well fear again all you understand I follow show to her winter losing to the right when the with his we also actually of this was out the men are pumpkins doing also to both little so your eye ha and the commentary it's hand fidget elder in the archer first of all you're finding the UF on there soon change left at 130k she's a that was real to the job did public metal over there bicycle did do a beat metal the young time will born k zooming ditch who read it out I already UA Brotherston beating fits as at J he'll out already left is actually dying as team of the speakers I her first H and unleashed as but they're now king but she said she fine so I say do slim down into the even says very this was in the so can you tell as any send name link raw she will be oh say not nothing should be link and they're locking the duty order when us girl never help as is all others have seen holding that our set and then social police of our soul very rare gear our system bell cram also there's even saying everything is me the brace set or to a little away they no need in go long certain and substitution what you met the older as even all use good my results how you change zero the old later folks in this good new doing is in like earth speed helpful ones there's two real secret roof I don't observe them say one of the red button physics here here's do and they're all done you have the end or I then you're so Dubs have the voice, and Grocery and the Usan I'm in his search states are all of the subs. This IG during the Jeter years. He paid us a bit, Lurlama, Yish, at that time. How Boros are also. Oh, he says, and you know that's the as regular than certain Austin Inkster of the other. Need have cans of her serving. Lingway was serving, if Gem and Free. Oh, and it's out here. How else you want that in here? Lurl and her seriously. You're out of the rest. You'll not certain see doers and you and for the war. She'll less I'm some people. Ever in a 0 stand off the other. I'll is terrace. For us, so was Eldo. Ever already was the hopes of your certain and to our before into speaking. But I do urban. I think I'll read the inch with Will. Should let I saw that the officer and a tube set the sea and come on, you no idea. Two bunny students had fought feet and identical. He'll lead the border. Pulsers and many all see clearly. Shooting on the heads all but the old round here and a smell my hand. I know far what thousand will carry run scan so DH leanly. Shall we handle that for him? Ruffled and asked you I so and wrestle bone all there. Y'all I also see your arching this and do see some what's up with this. Instead, I will hustle me. Not rescue the tuber. I am musing covers if there's that evening. There's a lot of singer and woman. What is all in wrong? You will this. Oh, yeah, rain every daughter each and was on that. Others on I rocket and land. I just I from this in the songs has it nothing. Comes out the horror. Mongs right. They fitted pretty. I hadn't believed that here. This I'm the duo and there much chat. It had nothing. Split his wrong cause sign. Let over sneer since the what's in there. Look back after I will wear for us. The floor stove. And looks with a look. It's so the other. Hater. Hunting. Low stop. The first horror was saying less. I wouldn't chat with her and shut up at my limit. Losing on that side. He wasn't reached from. If he lived on us. Further than this got me raw tonight. Chefy sing what's upper room. Do walk the back. Can't know. The vessel sit. Two bounds these and face a smooth. Tomorrow. Say William. There sit out and had by these. William A. Keep some loose water all. Inch their answers and styles. After the done flow. Double loving on their bot. Side separately sold and gyre so. So you never eat. Rosnetary and still do. Rush hammer over me. Deep this nether is on me. Never back. Person and she said the center they go and my pixels. It flew at a brave that my leg. Feel everything on her bed. And whatever. G separately sold as Ross or so not casual. No last definitely happens you. Okay, the hustles. Listen. Lucas matter. Can't to level blue. If rooms under late happy. But I mean the night late to them. She metal July matter. Raw was let's let the night. It's moss plus I want the shooks. Room. The center hustles and worth the tax. First finish bill for an end. Till share hammer. Down blooms she her sending has one word. Then or Sarah King to conjure again. Call me brother and mere blue. Heavy takes on if and Johnson. You sure thing. Birthday Schlatter. Alex Glazill. Birching. Sing phrase. Show you any little laugh. Boom is not with us. Add the more or you have a plan. The first thing more off the short. This or no the Anders. Also so rest so mean. Down by the middle. Shitter wedding so on her last end. If he adds this or did I do? Yeah, here's what I or rocky. His name chocolate and spare order. Social net. Saying that get your Rosati. When you blood you be certain. Lead a need prove a head. If from it that will all pussy are short and dead. Honking this way means it. Let shooter shell milder. Oh no, King did see a bull since handling fashion and room. All the student losing finger. You want who rain all these to bar. Mother, word yes, and a distance and left for me. If her would you next in because I sent the freaking eye. Lure all other UK or set, go ahead and set, learn more as in your eye. I clear out, I should near train state, loon and mupsu. All order came from England and Greece. Fnit at his birth, that's rally pitch, different by now. Do believe those they are for Larry. 1,000 of all, AP that need. So here at Ross for Clevelstone. This day are at bit. You got a alter to the Xuching his head and room. It's hot. It at work we sent I'm down Ross up for the voter uses. Should just do it for a lot. All the thought do shit and dinner pop it. Then we'll soon send for a lot. My seen the food after my living. Hey and with it over. Hey I did my press. He said right. He messaged him as a study of lemon. Sod should be better. We're rich of stress. Info. For self fed after for him and for. Show cross last check it up. In this new bar side. Shewful. For a Avi down labor. Shew no among street she shew shifts. Let that shit dash hand pretty she okay. Show and cast. And link over side area. The liver was captured. And all down we sit here. Outs and the low dunsted. Sweet. Good and organs. Down could shark. I should do places. Down throw and they are hurts. The Zember. Doing it to kit. And her acting. I didn't hear more. What is her in your love market? Even not really. She out. Some book. Get your was suggest. And mechanisms in the ship. And I was messed over mother. Don't get see. Honoring. Good. Deans I have no to that. Down your fat rock or you out in the bullshit bread. Only language. Feeling her at prayer. Happy midi. So I then. They hug you absurd honors in your bats. It has a list eating off what. You from Aston. The Missouri building out. It has at it. You the brains. The metal bar mobile feeling show. But in the sound. It was John I like. Ling all your that or see you broke her show. Zensler that's it. Acting her mind kiss. In lasers of my bone. That or giving. I'll border but alternate this. Jawad ass. Uri. Well as it. That is arcs. Yinch that. And it's there. You're the nasal. Little in the that are not calling. To watch your. Jesse. Shitty has a big thing. Ain't rose. Do sell rental. I'll all do unreal. For you and then of the. Navasai or. This ditch showing before they done with this cross. Or beat 10. It's a vast armed force. Where in Zersh or be. I haven't got no more. Doing ass out. Dubos the Uchpas Huggy pit. And on Lura. Esther blood flood. And this dead is gas iron. Scout will eat the hard small of the EOB did about shits with the hard salted shit up. Liver meat wheels chip help and roll. I the share the shirted rotters in no. Probably don't so all you not. Left dark clear or soul see it would. Those cheese own money or no. Shingle her nice skin. Seedly like shirt rim of her. Any. Shows cat. Or beat. Lishly like her root. and raised by and on the floor of the market, so as a deep clear power, asking here on what you know. Hindem Turkish, alcohol, the or lazy, the buckle and musket, do as look at the night all bites double hand, show G her either was I already correct, the new hot head wheel web butter, but each of the sisters get her says, Urkos on the answer, never in law or more with snow, numerous straight out of the guy, and force your ear on the burn of ears, Skyrex go play on, and make a battle susky binding, out I the battle sample up, keep reading they, but I got some I will, these are very bring more, it's trap that shit you have out. I have decided deep into be your certain. I have diet loosely okay, it's certain if you read it, ease and steady handed, in on the soul evil and answer the and silver be so. Fucking steady handboard, the learn as silver blaster, primitive myth of bar on force, always hindrance, me lot, and set what the sailor house is not, these rockland gunvintus. If you can live from soul air, sir, right bone, no hatty sheet, the gun that seven, after had that, you later, border on hand, do you listen said, in birth, suck his all and sweet, arches that one, so that do ben I let her jet, do in this, your first soon car, and look himself, if you're a bill, all fish, if there is vessels in these, here will so lost fast, never do, sand matrix, just with I'm the do you rob the inner notes, show curry, I said all to photo, well, roots, if I vessel, I was a latch, literally mason, thin, out in canoe the higher spring, besides the theory, in extra one circles, you know down the three, chiffons, eggs, and I, it ambushes, fence, goes, do sets, where's the settles, the cheap to spur, if, oh, you, I roll, the failure, the full beast, the failure, the round, so, for here, that, oh, you're wandering, it's over surface, don't spect it, you know, has their souls to work his ass weird a bit, looking say that, and even that, she, I heard, it's a silver final, it been edge, size the under into the has been said, say, I have a virtue of an she filled and she at her head grass, rock will be the big idol, shouting, burn the things, who will lucius in slaves us, hand six weeks she will well, lucia multiplets, we dismarin, now this will do, good stows, said the old each, zitch dorsal rentals, it's case life, that's what I'll share life, fay arginal, pickernet, I know, like sure or the lord, go love that she were miss from all wetter wing, legally and lisa hard, isn't that his race act this day, over fully do bait, ever conching all guts, she's erkinch, what's their versi or acres, that way it's good, I you said the unbossy so, learning as these up, sus, doing that she deans, yes, my first sus of the her, and still almost blood in as he eats, and so, ris hands and butter, so, really, door leslie, edges in your rifles, the word about, who has sort of phosphor, softens your drawer, and boner some idiot, rather the infiltrator trend, the first elbow, that cover is it, shably, in the pool of Jubo, here is Luan New Champion and Puncher's Soulful, or color here, go heart, 6 major, so, his old, top, you have soul and speech, how Shandra, thinks you, who medically, but they are, spit how it sees your bodrinville, the chief souls, nurse soul, soul, EB the bodrinville, den or so, taking Merville, bonds fence, and fishy, blue eyes, all that watches and, or if Shandra, exer, get hand, to real man, or on the cast, he'll have near, it was Shadesh, she replied. Let's go, Bill, that on the way of the old Shandra, who was a few words of so out down, Shandra, and speak, that's how she's a fan. He called and his elder Dylan gave a fatty sort out. I was, we have with here at and formula, did he on the word, or, Zimmer be the fifth trush, there also used to be him, who said, says, so been a pity, all the water as much as it was illness, for him purposes, they all and kiss head to you, do a little lot, so each around, each week, then one irreversible, but sure, as sees the old, Lucia sees, I offer, shade the old, go table, if it seems, situate, in and how, he sits, do a little house, more, little new numbers, natty, well, this is a 19 king, see it, do a little outreach, raise hand to farm, this will cheer, gadget rough to all spread. I like Wilson's, was my old whisking over out. It were things I'm pretty, I shed with some east matter, if had a decent soul and the shape bitter. Besides, this share do bundle to confront that old tree I heard, servant and fall, virtue, so decent soul was a value, wasn't thinking and over. The filter does el buffs, along with this for Harem, zero souls, but one outer, the human will area that engine someday, this the battery I heard, will the children to 30, who tear, in country I heard, you go and something of the net, if not, I would be food she I heard, she raised ashes, I think right she I heard, do a whole bunch relief of one up, and sit that in a blue, we just sang, this one dies and is no Irish matter. Business master go to Pusco have got the over it. Sissy Pimping, Boobson last found. Bunsen to also drum or mass here. I did quit. Doings, Bobby go them to their search. Yet he seared you well early word. Doings bims to zero. Slop to all the bishel. Long rap hit heavy. Stick my dill cruising on. Right, all linguists within Crichton. Oh, and Egypt boosted. Honking this little Rasuki that is high or. Lush Rusty Chuck. And he flowed well. Who off the down from Trinket Crichton. As the Crichton her lib boom in night. The thing that's against Boom. Ubo. And Sir Gables Mealish tonight. The Nawi afon of Tits Wheels in his part. Also, you read Fierce Steel I'm now. The Nostratic critical. Says the Bohish of actors. Dear Bungler in the head. I've recorded in this side brand will take on lodge. Would ankles it. Ignorance that day can be the tail permit. Action branch. Ubo that off but Jimmy. Senior. Lawyer. Who on wrist handle. Louis new butter. Rocks. Jiving. Wood. Shafting will entry again. A battle jump. Jump. Thug. Turning song. Long tries the animal. My eyes fading road net. The sit down road and pop. Go you spazzle. These what? This was just hearing friend. Narrow and pause. The sense nice of the Sunday. The thing road has an app. It has responsible as various lanes. But with the own app for a key word. Need a baby's fifth summer. Repetitions. Several and term retro live rare. Unchi. Long night. There's a beautiful soul moving come over. He knew drop. Cause lips and nervous. I blew said. Funny rush. Go or side. But napper and worse would be netted. The will about so notably. A soul. He continually. And if soft. The Chandra Claverners. Orly. Tree I turn at. Taylor and none of them. Go with the quality water and fit. The business will go to time work. Please like though. One in a sit and turning sub. Xuching wash his hands. Xuching set. The Chandra Trilogy. The bigger nigger secret. And there's some purpose. New bro. Bone tassel. And you're sent for him. I did that. Do assist. Who that's about the children. Tertial space drum. Rotten pro rap Joey with fence and also yes. And Dr. Long. Be a action of. Uber no do bunsen. Here is pretty subs into of the tactic. Fish, all fair games, we're all dash for waking. The same I'll give them zest. His old Kardar wrestle, and he should and breaking fame. Show for her rank, her break home, or for the quadrant to her so strong and set. Except Shrek and Jang, and Hawks wonders, Kringle game bratty, finger waste wonders, Valkro and Mush, this little circuit in me, and me, looks pushing the room for him. Swing bees and the orphan. Liz has been positive, so old, he's out the game name. This old she I just stitch, raised yet, let I get more. Down is using it, or more than a is rock, and have the water girls to not how I happen. Blue also cat bar, Erlong kick I sins, the bitches are, Douluo have good since, so you she's snap, brush will have it well. He's been thunder day, they are best against reading that to all. The master gills, couldn't fail rules so right, and he are right there, cool set, or now I was there, drew, Lulu and maybe Sean Wagon again. Brimfins got from quick thought and retro. Traveled in all the series then with the over learns flips, a sash the world by arguing, it'll kabler. The thing I lost of Dunsman Typhon Kai Amber. That was Emily Mays through the earth's stem show, Dubai. The Emerald works the quadrant to will do all. He's got to be prints the out of the things in it from us. Air or the unrambles in the much unretro hot shifts and law. Rushes fluency and biscuit. Red to blue on and skip do both in all the Kirsten for a tree rasher Wilton. Now one pit and just cut budging things from out. Good in it, little long vetting slip face. Snarry, book, and the blame cooling load of seasonal leaves. Of some method, and it pay or because in terms of lightly, losing the bullet, the object is the dance roll. So like low different give it in the latter, since still honey, go all city, Archie and Schnastel, Robbie and Hawkem, early, away, I look, into after and I, Mutley Tangle, go our souls and kick rare, then stand, rooted boy with hair over, and it's deep and leave all she rather, while I heard when it's early rough, least of the flens down, avoid inhibitors, speak, coots and horse, nation, bed and and other burn with my for game, while I heard lot of it's from in cover, L.E. much errors, certain doors, who shatter 9 person, she was his pretty, which is utter and true, sexo kill, ring and so case, she's okay, really, my arch, and summers all, and the math of one girl, okay, mid class, the house, and the radio can consent to how hair the out, the lawyer, the iron flash, woman, suicide, was working to have actually the Mr. Ever Radies, she was the sound of the cat hair smatter slow after, in the city, flyer, like he has, or city for money or F, trouble for the wagon, well, the dungeon was way, fully as they are, bless with his eye, actually, Spain, Nathan Erlong, well, all that air show for a who, Jack, they are, our soccer, yes, and the wing, evil curvy widow, Edward. Sauce and and pursuing, but the big read not active. But I'll be worse the she hired. Bean reach by Ronser George at the end of its and the general here. Branches on his walking. Joel I should look for a smack. Ness has some bonus or she had her. Stat and to their own rock hill. The burns but be all the makers me back this in Asia soul. Gavs much today. First ever base possible here in the shot. Rattle all the move. Jeff Felicia soul in English word. Array check. For that little side hunting. Lucia's tree. Ain't for sure out. No damn about your story. So watch us. I'll at the rock here. Has some bunch says zilling off that feather. Upon ings. You is heading so out so a person in 7 years. You luck. Go hard then case and the golden word just without out. Don't cover wrong. Shocking all piece of fat. You did it in crushing. And it also riffs. Boom the glee. Get so out. I would think do. Burn around to the world's hot. We loaded so the nerve and hot and hollering back the sauce. Now what Sir Dukes from Lulu and Durance. Boo the soul no visit. Other word boo side was under. I heard in the console my shroud being first. Or feet. Oh you so sooner Akian is go imcus. Boo Sally. Boo said this all blue. It bridged Hushby I heard who lives on spots. Luring the dear. That is so she was trapped him this soul most has trouble. Smith or an extra was her. Sneed into the book and she is so. Moving cut and not so by the rose was so trouble. You also hear the system. Sleep it kind so was sitting in room. After the song there she was so certain. All occupied. Friends of certain old Gibson. What little cell Lucia right. I that looking up the thunder and blue. Sizzle or dress row. Add grocery road link. Who almost is a who both sees. Always oh no. You the door going to get. Let little medley. Do run that. Or this squadron to be hardened out easy. Who always does he do me that so he's lost now you always. Right. Boo he's actually. Bullet around. Be Ricky or. She was out sound of going here to go in the no so I 15 long bro no. That works in the soul next to me Drake. That's right, she, though I'll witness owner not something now you'll so be trapped. Dim it, this undrainable evil different man, slur have, oh, you also be 20 year olds, lure on the relationship, outing you and or serving, I will set these year and the near, oh, dear, but means arms, some fall, I'd get their jack, go like her here, he'd send things with people, they so weapons, their vassal, one bullshit so sounds the theories and met all confused. Actually, atoms of the jazz look undrimmable soul, neat, what is trouble, this road, baby, who all has, can I not speak fiddle, looting rock hard time, and successor, seer who could defy, you've seen, who all, and mirror out, to love, debate, the is how you swear is the origin, but I also, reason by little M's love, and the rock, and the is. Stutter here 30 have the law. That will not ease of certain was nozzle. Flatter and over here. Now, as the soul spread train is which could abort she at her soon. Do buzz rarities usually on acres. Let me listen. Which left there ain't keeps her on soft zone. Oh, I'll after this. Oh, I heard it. Do is his. Here average winking then in. Leave from me. Not all too all. Goes into those be. Sear little nose from his is random needle. Who both behind that skinly link. That lean lie. He low souls teacher. As we she look from the out. Here, it lead. First, for her. Each eye like I have. Oh, and sounds well in it. And mash the whistle. And scan the with kind of. 10 today of here and held up quick like fire. Bloody from the end to our bomb the hairs. Seeing this little and go over there. Play walk was the say and surely. Right so matter into letters. Take shot king or her. Do best her chief into exert. Do and there do but he moving her look they pass heavily her. Tricks the children rely out, and some students she to train off at rock ends, startlet, eating lyric is a rather which we are so out of last hour, tell you resolution. Isolate pushing his lips, a real shunrattle all relative and or filter. They don't double lossy was that bonus see that layers with the audience. The female chief see that over no the nagger, Luching was the old, the emergence of us, but was still always be a rainbow shunratter wasn't door. They all info either way, rinse per learn with Kid, have all super expulsion old. Do buck physical, dog and on Chessila, lures with MC. As me daughter shift deep have always wing. Our imto how much resistor can we, being all the trigger, the hits are out of hands, immeasurably. Yeah, it's still on rental, or realtors law, she attachments. Interns deep to hot boots to litter. Bertram Cleo, he made air with green, of lingering. Wow, shouts, stop my fate, I Luce misses it, but what thing, over in the free is it, they'll any old earth's body lots, or no shunrattle like lots, even please it, no, he's away your real vested system, but we'll fall on for our will get. All and got, but the early men have from him leaders. Ruse of the old rances, the person harms and fly with, but bear rat and glum crackling and breeze. Our soul text, go to the leaves, on the reserve, look and separate him at time. For time he is looting over soul, he owns and left to the sky at there, the Madonna, shell the good controls the press, dub for payment. This is an unrefish on the law, it's the back has name it didn't hand all of that, keep by master singer. The channel that ons and talk behind ring by and ruling lost slant outing. Duo log of the sun should be useless, vil now, and Lucy has sonny right. A little edition ruling, for the things, which was silent, or and the done ye and who made then. Eats and fire from Agger, is ornate how you was Oswald with Willers, the again dialect, time, and all have all souls rids, the thing I was so disordered, spend all the water, her fire to hack, no way with all metros up, and was so funny about Sir House engineer him, son, city, do, I did him to be all you dear, I waited law, H, I had, at Leo, the actual check, that if he knows my old hatch left you, do, fell at me, so I will shop like go pulling you with his surgeons the nose, if just in it, he came through, well, if left, Sergio already said, and his all love, test for in the Such in so our these yearling, they are the way or lose to swap, sir. I is liberal, see how your kid to feed her multi. Yeah, I don't know, she actually cables and a soul. Chicken house here, lures attention, who some sibs so, George Web Mars in the Buzzy or and down in the do be before slink to store. You unbringles, child is it. Zazzles, it up, upsell podels, all diesel is their issue director, is here out, world man, is a rat, little, the sex, air me, asking, eat last down, shipping, or on his special, and ruffle take shut down. Do Ryan was mentally. It not ice and sour, or it's near bullying as I ain't. I'll see one, shift arrow, Hawkins, low and the sale, that she up to do both, sir, do, Gafford, do bonusly, and live for long. Sure's tooth, I love yes, I know, waving me on it, free and run, and could uniquely, but if you need harm, and if I'm wept, I don't take her, no, I don't tell it. Souls rev and souls, both the river, but I had one that real no. Oh, me, not us, oh boy, you might, you dials, here the Wilson, Lingo, love it, ever said was for loose, except more, everyone something happened to me. So as I said, that was literally Lucian and Sap, Sterling, Sear, Chance, Lao, Evan, Yo, Wilson, Sell out the breaks, in the woods, shouting, workers, saw, user, death, looting good, the green voice, Strong off fishing, just ain't in her, you still shit with your saw, issues, in raw head kids, with it early back, my throwing up, I just tried that, I did it, Lucia rustled, whiz from, and then who I see and man, send her and her blade, Volscular, just I will shout, told Ted, do you cross arm, there's a draw, do give it a third head side, looting right back to so, the rock, own him, goss him, not, pediatric, oh, with her, had her the biz bother, you really was sank, could hobbles and eggs and rustled, for it was setting, I saw, you have some Ryan, I ever, who made link to I read women late so I sir and me all you got you sure and I who boast for said I rock the cat capoose it or you ran defeat was a uncle pull your sheep you do then shut him solid his I'm do get rid of you and there you should hands I also did water it is all the yesterdays and sticker in off and to watching to you under blue left helps how about that first doing mine bills getting lover finger is you silly I research this will need how you wanted in what so doing other is 7 years at 8 and spring it your edition 1146 day ring blue was there in she and the darsel that you made my theory I love alarm she was that was the version of the ring it's in front of but the more don't have I'm the dark saying so brutal luring it early is so get she love and sub more fostering unbelievable and absolutely was our rebel cup so I'm bitter and oils of it the right lab ground general is were Nessin and go out around his body then the dark while they glad true along the irony he looks like a since he has a flirty chat through lady blood on the firm like ocean rook the time thing was dark rice about it reduced synchronous so and shooter with I play shit and blue who ring fails name ruffles and bloody press I found Jones personal hit and he was brush who the way with now I have unique these ways James Booth's and the Rose head do left in his it's curiosity we're now yours done armature irony more how jello all these thing all with it all the heaven jumper now brandon smell hallucin said I for love this year to me I didn't marry no are do but for now are this last look back video oh you are in rolling core the song with but don't ever this ours is doing that logo boss is all the night God arms from the earth with banter from the set the end for every spolter demonic fixing Flanders walls hot bed and towels looking up blaster check non numerous how that's of nearby here fit for I'm have 3 wives finger the turn down my bundle I understand slip things go rush again this very that most so there I just renew door the of what dinner before all do you ning and food cooking all these are sell you on the life the Promoted indifferent. See how Jenny do adult male. Like this same bird has a excellent look. So stay looking out and indeed is about hidden long to the food world apple for people by Lennon stop. In it, those take from Jet Aaron from Layla, the less water, soon world at Ling has jailed the second world at Oh, so to say, Fian, Yinchel Tans, subset, or you could so at or legal suit, lay sleek at you rain I said, I'll chat and make a and Kimi Ito. Have after that, you took it and that, you made the film, get a bit and Rendell in a few TOC, definitely, some cancel, feeling you did to have her, you she heard Eric Erling and do a hill absent way, arrow, this do over, go you out of go, steps and and house you, voice off, rush and G, walking to early never, boom, and there are the sports and crop. After doing H link Chew and Mong, by how to morsing, Chew now, Tran, Eshans, I was out, then the marshal, the first, yep, he was right, single go like in off, oh, Chow Matrix go, burning, moles, the old tires looked crap, in wrong, I lead, I little bit of thing, rural kind of walker, that red style of worm extension, himself, near rock, all of did cattle, bar, I soul sleeps for his out, more, decided Marsley, but hello, precinct, as straight, I need your everything letter of ingo. The Alvinson, the Luch, Housely, Drink Reason, Lucian, but being a vessel, turn home at skewing, snell you can shoot her daily. Akatul says, Brett's story, ready letter fossil fever. This all good doing. If you get a brace, you'll get over it. That English is the whole whack. It were vacuum well, but heavily hit the abyssal. Long all brought to find old and oil is on the other words, she would have, he said, by you, Muslim, as Arsenal, it brings that, long and delay, even just heard, and middle as he ball. Understand, Joe of her shit, split battles, this old our apple, but they are crap. Mostly, the lift hand, slit him, Nahaga, go, the Bobby and Lack, Yings, Usha, Dodgy, how beaten her late, Jay, Nargo, also, of Nerd, and Looney. Marcel have said, who find him as then what night near so, Silton and Nahaga, who lay with these written, China over 6 and lit, you leave opera, our, her muscle is written, wizardly Marcel, Britain Haga, there, Schneers, her Arsley, her how and revival, I'll yell or decals, sing their Marcel, so let him, Luching, he's here, it'll act it, they lock all out, and swellings, oh, he smeared the hundreds, Dubo, Chippy's never horse from so, and that it may be so, I didn't say, yeah, let's hit that sussel, in the, could hardly in the so, but, he earth fleeing hard from, all but a chain, bad you'll take pressure. To the innocent shook the song there when I heard all since actually quickly brought good and north and let it all you ain't fearing. Lastly, in the shin. Once of these why you get a well, since don't that's all chance with it so but who are and that is it. Might you do this all night, dealers to stop it, can't hurt so blade. Hey, she's MVG either. Did course I forgetting the god forever to say. He's reformed it. So when I find it and was young and there it be first law. That's a bit of the game and the got Erl's it's Lumiers. With this chase it after so would see an artist. You went by doing sat in not pick or so than one and as it little okay and pro and what out ancient so this schwal shapes for if see go light is pretty down and bringing me on this the us chassis or I will now all as if and don't bring some for inner good see the d thing nor showing signal listen to the witness sure living in nicer there's no story of predator or the law artist but go to her mat law her not like instead do the build and position in putting on until hours visible it looks for my in the frame that do like oh you so lose this level they have these near to she direct one track and this of time as the soul and the soul lesson of these who will say so race good yeah but before you ever saw chapel back to bring a but the fire well that do us very good and rich a way 6 off at her wafers do and until the time I had drew a task and spring was entire shuffle dust sell herbs from Shibby he's a get Arabic tone the unnatural psychological do start it in city of Wolfie and Saudi Alone within some would be more right a year ago all my item a soul pretty that's a good area that thing has good but my lower trust come over as is to all the she's good spilling doing his for brand suspicion shapes Xuching the full air learning whether bloom for oh in the tree I paid Lucia sign after orbits and certain these cultivations do or is these or so is even their foolish natural made alone but I also that only go as mock doing that of skill out I stand them the swings to us after that here's the ranks are your allies the line were across to by forcing us when doing a video he's over has and Jill Shay or Chen Drown students for the Iraqans for special hot altered that is when we hear this bonus and still this will be both the brief Saudi on the best words and he's at him will have these ILR near in the unmet of her healing and I will that thing of or guys but slash it shall jump she us no was to the kill of cherry like long you left down I said Darsley this ver healing and deadly and okay she sell and was zero tripping out of your sheer no air controls so come no loss is the other hand RS do all leadership is power she split away from the these two games to the doos to suddenly Robert Xuching and shouting do all should always the loss in the strengths in the and it couldn't think and if solution and like so do all either shall doing in V since you are trust to sell oh since you're at you her late walk and this and the ring the dice skill full air so you grab the bullet fist fire and ball in it so listed on parity actual new fire this time us but more key more for her fossils that are placeable this string that he is really repower those with office lost it reckless ear baboons on arrow drink off the bar there's energy may inverse that are fat all in awesome do bugs check it or GP into efficient soul each fists some show and your soul terrorial thing yeah this habit for mass this were best finish name team need to know but this fast song yes you might still a bird if you'll still feel new the bird surely on each how learns souls and for the hard speaker from loyal sweet Jeff the little bit Leakburn I'm sure so and her watching songs blue on that that vanishes so place okay I saw tower now doing just champion doing cruelty what doing till the did this with blue on and pick up doing doing all sass you when her cat long you these of them Coins even could hire. Let you think so Xuching has. His overall saying Lois and Levin. As literally transceive 10. Shut through there. This case. Do right and look to carry on fire. Me go out and go out. Do yes. This year you are all as they find you. Doing you went together. Just the title from. Zoom just very much process. This is the Qing okay. How they want it. She the Ross answer with her. What even what face their matches with teacher size. But my word to the book. Not the learn as good and the band is always for order. And order them to ask you can install a parcel. Out more and pull even from the of a shoulder against Zoom look off something in cross and do actually has air seals can pull muscle. Or on tip and I'll have for the words. Direct yet lost me viral. Go zoom out do licking and feed the evil to and well words. And will just start playing on that word was I hope and do I or the simple jira. Communal and start per parcel. Real that sort of fast in their muscle. No really the narrow sense that you should have. Being the support take as red side link. They all been signal as this sort as work and undecent which again people's salvation for the real sales each person idle words always and now each order so didn't hear them on that you have to deny their earrings you were for shame Zuch and the strictly as hands then should be I being to the learn the fluing silver and children man do any but then never had leave first have to universal get that plus is property luminous and as in a big it must be I go I do it go and demo worry the sugar set do and by so and shinors oh action if you and so have to and see fluing raises was like and all row learn the go into you and sing hunter and try to ask how you can title from over left it was have for pressing up it up son and up do go I and for will be so guys since it the same I worked catch sir and very so or at hand actions at least two but refer all and pull GB my level at the at these three actions is sleeves mal and she's coming wrong but in the it's on the mold the as do and do and has then when six in everybody you me that on for real to crow there it's how to bill holding so letting soft fly along and I or some already bliss hey wait you can you yeah or you do love and love that do and resolve chats and yeah will know no have worlds in short and real with the values of the shell is more was turning shift into hero troll shift in is how there russell but yet still are driven no than I completely do up even though rattle at left it like do you turtle catch some my I they but end up severe benefits with sure sims string in all is for after 50 and least for over his system so how you went do things long moon sing what do in a bad period everyone she's been to go different or chin so long to be in go little yin show me and she judge for your or on radio in the straight chant didly fill his ass doing that's it what up the vermin new or not what more on wrestling it can say down your text and saloon of render their eye and their young she's been the finger was been inside since the vendor is again no side war breaking burden residing there's how you can roll or he reborn the I fire along with law so be yeah from flow to measure and I plus said ready but also soft mode for rev the red hash you and now people since spring it's blue shirt luring the cacker the black keeping smells doing is interesting oh no the nurse buster but in the rack and the year 90 straight all and Qing tell this we're now is a breastfo then will side up or asks and each one the oil here to would it was this the some gives is near the love again what which early minos bundy and we had had by your virtual gastrus you all to cover gesture cover since it's digital crypto around and that will teacher besides zero no song now things what has loaded and she turned the best better up your once you saw it fully which they couldn't check over looks over the guest song well away she and the well and baited him among the bin himmers at a pot low from some cleansing and shut away or remorse ying zero out rim kaku break straw he feel it lay his hand too long and they on the for yacht with that wash ever to the light with down walk that he are yas should so first when the what cheap bear doing people what's your with fire the poor cross and lots of derivative and error or marcel the good game assisting every hires in do want to fight his for were being educated me but they need to watch and actually the two have people were half in that he lost the ramper and inside the sun of shell carefully the other look that girl like that bro these five came their bad that certain after reach doing all the turns poor you wrong hands for the wall lost bizarre how it is you're in exhaust with the anyway she shooting for trickle by and play out near them tone to Iceland on off Erlong solutions to trusty no at least different fair that the physical ground body as paper place I love into butter blue shape rabbit head wing lot resident blue on there they end distance true to lease it blue these Erlong and the fire and all everywhere they are lost new I over now some bar engine from wrong on just from already trying to agree in their team song that can they were often say above black some instant say the siren for ski was nothing no fighter also chase network so doing you delay him real even you have an actually is only an Iraq long ago though with ism to wins plus fight you wrote the from the beast the were arrested to how long one try they were I even bomb even the Iraq things you actually for both the Valkyrie in 52 notice and some of the drinkers of the vomit that's how it is real real minute can I'm on usually had a go on we're on the way fixing off list but that's what you get grammar in kitchen house board more staring as a turd so the roar eggs were sleeping the iron was troll as this or these fire fingerlings the rock media key on the idea cable box everything Xuching barrel look like as west low were on the butter in hair say sounds gas even though the Iraq is Gatering, Jing, Pre Head by Rookies and Iraq to and you can and the girls and Erlong is a from Erlong is a lot dressed as the Arsenal Erlong from the levels since and your lawyer yes Buckley Gurl Sam's Lord Massa White Crochet the market was out with the travel or chase. Erlong spoke. Somebody knew what I'm being and the tree airpod in her. Lucian, great lab, and least in the later, and then the room. Little Sophia loud, covering rock. So, every ball, Earls bring it. You leave there, I'm taste the day from rock. On our the drill high river. So, yeah, I'll ever on you do sting my plan. G insert Ashton. Going to crib, it rate and outcome will compare. The rest was from them some for Russian. Read along, we're all here, some minute anymore, and right for the first balloon not fluffer long. That sings up, you or can slim, you ash and sort. Then on that an iron, iron bond in flame. Then the rise liars, and it's beautiful. The rams of these Iraq. Who's spoken car and half, don't even bring, there, sadly, from from the the sound air on per day. As the under the side, almost surviving. Influence her eye, her than the on her eye, but for so very critical as interested to dance, or the to a third year and sit loud into Mr. Rembrandt really turkey, it's called the Boulder Show with the sailor virus, in the breathe the on to our sweats. Piece of how if he's in the Waza, Chai slow search and actor said above her, as trumpet of high said in a rush, no to the Mr. Lucia's air Joy was so multimillion, then fair the arm the Chandra told him tag, simple in the moving out, as they tap the booster so and let block the low hats, but they not lose for playing it. Fricker does for us, Sensor, she raised thunder, Ellen the chill so out, Cecil Adam Brain with his old iron arm, the late of Eon Summer, Monte Rock, Surgeon Kumbo, Waves. Two edge fence down how the grass buddy sash his bag the little guns kisher but the dirty was it rebellion the range people I will more you check and both sit down or the name alright sir here doing a lab one hand the old back down for both looking for that heels the priest by these little like first but the into living ash low and out down the lad would be and wriggling the water never I fair you have the spine the link right is letting the all ream which is the player rush from ring with this amazements the branch from the other singer will shall you lure mer sync on her so hot for the food and dance the mercy check out the Resolve and the Drossel and I also in that's to got to lump for being over him yet one word alright so we're in the place here door with argument to I say that he having it on better rest for water wet just Charlie and wet white with that and there everything lost shadow doing about like this evening really are rules for no looks and not is a girl with a time sing as you chat thing of the sort of right on influence concert the learn these are sound so in the middle about probably consider single or be missing ace learn to learn right here will have a therefore the stick I intent was figure clothes the critical out of the I'm angles glories for continuity Millie was lit at listen all them off with I'll work to both plush in all in and boy like what bosh early chair through us slurring at the side on the yeah the med was old and sorbet just winter was the I for was a Shifting broad blush the door, sorts of lens either of us. Doing oops actually and Cliff says walking his under. The tech two money list of walking the links is close, but she's five on the shore. Sister out and yin weedy her flowing. She leaves all that for this time. And the came on the fire. The singer, the his eyebrow and thought ever stuff is ring and every walk. To run a water glass, dip with it. There about it and will do it on. Sure to say ocean bone. Fair acting of though she's river. Jet church bone. Rings. Who was England and even has out lux drops. In which all trash and in horse trust flops house as a bot. Sterling are white, eating her leader so. Elway on and not silly ring her their eyes. In fact, the bottle who are living at lish of Burl by Adoptive, doing that, except the nose, the circle, run, think the young of an eye, she's center, dealers they off the transus, really, we're all Tesla, if we're clear, urban of chance, so I think that both, who from sight out here, you will sing, there are no views in Iraq, a black one just on, Burger, Bobby, Tony, who can smell, Wasp, eating after check, sir, you know, are deciding on, to what yet, who got his own check, sauce, kids, shine, there, get on the crystal, and took the soul, right, I didn't know, it was over that, couldn't know that it had to love, it's served out fast, large, go method, we shall, the ears is in shape, iris, or orange, and pour that for this song, Sarah, Rio, 2 almost, which did soul, Lulu, no, Ted, Lulu, ever, leaders and all, Shed, Ramos, out of that, for other, she jetted Lulu, hell, that, Blink, she was I on, Blink, lay hand, he's the blue off, space, I'll say more, the label, spring soul, be wait, would bet to change it up, then go off, or snip off the unit, she said, Marley, look your face, you on a J, I gave the rest, who always hand it, Link, Xuching, fleets, twistle, and a government, they sure had them through their select, the left, look, sure the fire own hand, members, Philosopher, Solons, Tulsi, as a walk, versus Schulberford, Sauer, and she saw. She more the her body her sauces. The digging her was within block, the finger so easily. Lula says time to do job in there. Cleanse was soul health his remorse. Badman, Dumpsid, Kundo, or Alden Trouble, a man, art is Orlante in it. We're all you freshly sealed in home and visitors. This but be Ling of Horic, as asked sister. Kudo, Lula notice near. The soul isn't combined. That has never been diesel. Except the mass here, the scream to the year. The time of the soul manual to it of him. Some tell Lula raw head limp. This old is needed out. Lura on the Berkey from my arm, supposed to Arnold at time B. What did he be the mother and the soul store album? Since shimmy that sister didn't film in Leo's. Then a little non capacity lights. At the soul and or answered in not. Window in strategical base. Exer, you this iron models of bone, shigs, learn medic, dash or quay on fire well and basket. That she did also have to the bone and not. Who sauce this was right into the body. Was war final law. Bring fumes, did not open. The crave of Uterman. She's a syndicate. The door fire, lural sleep as a hands full with us. The search over into blue diddy hall. That shell cover as you brought that hard go. Was the shouldn't ever sauce in on side. As a deal with him. I want to serve. I can't back him. It has bone. As soon as she told where was that here for her. Rare man was a and earns from Serge butter. Eric, Yali, Lulans, Brabs, Irko, the Erlong Rotterdam, South Harem, Saf, you are willing at his bone. Some use the desolate since wrong. Of the older world woman, Adrian's last, see it, I'll hear and if the vicious, your imprint here, I'll get actions by accident, right? In the powers of their egg, now seem pocket for the speaker below to stern lore law. Ending the on plus yonums from airs. Either source, to mayor by the sense of a day hot ferreting back in all even will night. At I can get ass. Soon seek plus father and traffic of shouts real. Or all earn such hibs and out and go in written. Sure than say try. See that religious hot conflicts insert. Tricks and second only. Little mixed head look. Unila. Unzooming us for these fine young and me. Drown shall bait. She brought it in law. Yet it will link her long bills is on the side in. Or min also but down useful daily. So these are snisses for husbands up at the old said that. Please, that's a little bit the all is their ally bones. Sensors down where she do healing there. What boonfully, so I kiss bush to her world, through the nerve down nothing long, drag the ring ear nor snow or sub. What air on zero soul, that didn't trust some of the dying direct, we for ditch community swap. I'm asleep, who should just, there's also borders, down meters per vibes. Do you also hate certain earth rubber and who lost and said in the side mainly it, either in the place silver, just a lot, us, looting with us were what's in the I was to live at, do and look in English, Xuching, looting said drill to tackle me side, you have the water for that, killed now had room, oh, Esmond, world, Tim's time for your weapon, Ushings of laurel. Such as nails, alien or fire y'all, racing up in law, just ever, road the hundreds, and my old studying, over, what doing next, try, as you shinning, and even better of the all over, the simple sour ice, needs to have no down upon me, do you lay all the daily audience, or it was to bug us out, I, from Zern, sit on rock, doing it, free, eat bot, do was from his offer, stinging blue, and from the and out to say he from there, and they have rinsing on fire, not getting belly. Belly say, I'll told you see build hellos, there was the embers, any text, they're all, since doing lies is heading couldn't feel word, and my who goes in, and blue, learn no what is the result of the dogs to rungs ding night or something a brings we and Erlong's on another new law a certain black big wet when the confe there the bird at jail is the and is the and she the goes at the red one to serve our base at the little dimension desserts hash and when I start there's a satter controlling there goes right the light of my look out here the our revolt and so she to also are right show mistakes and sure them in nation over out we're in the need evidence to run oh then sounds on law the rattle lost what is the end of the game so he humble wrongly the actor that act has so and that's of neither now well, they were nearly say, harm go, where roofs so how shall I pray or nothing? Eighth early before as it had no head that worship, ling do no the to eat the rush, while often ring. There was such a rules and searing before they go or chance, that or on the sleep we could title left. Eight and long and full with us. There no either or I low, was in. Adler's I own shall get serious or this time he fought each other designed to do it. See to the eye then Erlong open rock and hit. He that long handle is Jing on the style. He has a long for it. He fully got to do it. Do it and all learn please. Be my low. She just a phone. Because when there's no film, he know what can he say. This are Zerby. Inside the Nest Zerby. Learn that all did higher race. He had metal, but could be Adler's or his irons and in his and see. So he already in soul. Long river edge ranks into the water to consider. What was the business of Jed Finderby? Shall use and ignite please offering us. For your loss, looting black hill. Still, Sir on to learn to Lucia raised his ship, single lot. I saw my souls that many higher beasts deny your nobody can know tools in first. This bit of some result. As you learn show, there as out Lucia was on the being so my rapers bidder. Before that, war so until learn him and out. She's old scramble to a char crust on but it from nails among them. It can put him but or handles some border handles all. It like the do old ferreting zone her lay. Thing of it, Luca can more bit that would got heaven. Hey, we all something but doing some better with you ass. The good chick and steel button. Alright, sir, everyone doing that her back. It's not good like but all the loons were do but that early how you break system did we let off oh so never who are so high events how do I was the rest let was the side of being looks like will in the half left on king wizard can you play these it will reset for getting old new break so time do became and move left for no so yellow the other day fiddle and doing his innocent heart see all the things have run terrorists rules and soul yet for title the fair so critical missiles arrow as their tiny had heard me still you also have not skills called getting rat as a militia learns that for am I for a ditch while to be effective how she's ever did specifics so this is all going to burn out. Would you look for me? He said, so then, and Satters was 1 year, so or auto wrestle. He held debts very hundreds of years. Didn't bother and sold girls and little the for souls to her. From skills to whistle. Do but she's my bit in a crowd. On the the things are on her. She find Lena Sudo. Ling said, I and Zay. Learn and standard how is I. For sure, I crack yes, for anyway, see, have not Sudo. If I said to and lost harbor ever miss me. If she said, kissed her teeth, fat blue. Even the top fall. Earl to do any to do on. Oh, would also Luna, little and fit in lips. Yes, shot in the hell you was the Robert was their own. I'm crossing Zooms the script and were probably handed her of their old below. All in the earth house. Club the house little field, little and lean on source. Jew F made to send me super fucking low. Judge super ever to left now John Lay and the the themes and vertical dream don't travel. Apple every movement. We're in such a fight. Zooming her window. Tubes fit room ever into scanning other new shrink. Are the kind of gat and rocks and parcos. Sayu, then y'all line fair, so ever. Verdert, Lily on, go, and she they she will hard fix cross. Level bro. This is long was that clue. Sign, Ali set, but do ying, shooing, zooming, when it's lost from the there, little, big to time low. See, and her time or Soviet. The very years, it's a little, go, said, switching take back, so rail room, tells me, blue long, it's soul, action, did high rank son, just even more ocean plus submission, I ain't tell say, do my soul refuel, they soul at the non years, no need, argent, slayer, or they say muscle, even slur, not use fool, he's when riddle and you with low black, and he hollow record his body, he can leave the low, ling, I am praising the future, his Erlong, I sit to Zara, Guns Butter Brit or Leslie, Lil and Odin is deep power, there is Zil or Leslie to change, we for the only way we'll see, but you can doesn't it, hours of the full entire young to the website dudes, so, up to know, at the Russia and Marine as Kate on is that in Soccer Johnson's, all in the basil in so, found in fresh illusion, there's elements of support, Dowerman Kuhn to remain, I screw the meal, and Earls to Blue and Xuching Spucky, there on the after RPA teammates, or OD one nation, one says, while the other race must say, there are them, Shatter and Unuch, the Arno, Lil and next is there, the print, Runder Siknika, Rudimia, the sign is Kate Warrior Setter, is there highlight, with more than kiss more, over into Sikni, However, they wait for the shop of Erlong, she did let the zinc souls of beats and take girl Joe and Bowling, Sam also be letter for it. What is Earl Kill and a versus ever a less one? This still takes their orange and a rust cat from Urs, zinc chat by night, oddly they leave in the they all exist show in night. In bed is a soul coming close to Obi, the leader as two printers pre time. Then go, they'll sit him. Only ring go and letter either. Zuch also with it, cut wooing to Xuching chat. The cross was with guestful. So keep zooming some middle eyes in with sand. In such a crash to not loom. So the little Zuzu has its room to climb it hash. You'll satter. Zuzu had hash so slab house from the show. Didn't be her Erlong. Zoom such act show. Min mouth house to boots. What would Bob's Cheryl? She can lose so in Subumbi to dead. In that year of the burn. Never allow him to see position. Urs at Jellison steady in Russian Syrian. In Murky Fire. Water slow me for me. House cleans her. Think I can hear cars shot in law. Good and he looks and there's action. It's marvelous or law that's bowling. Have this. Healers for show. Fit the two luch than I. Jenbo. How did you like how you did it? Heal. She will Hesley. That's for him. They will block her and high pencil bow. Ling out blood zooming. Doing. Your next all spots. Zooming not. Then ass. Set the double with myself. She believe that. What's it was other no bodies come. I know for possible. Shelly. Who can take the all. Chill and we bad hat. And Zuchasli rat. Lucian and show. Miss Eno, P.R.D. Infable Janet, Kairs Ears, Arrow to me, did heal Frank Wilson, or baby, she last rehearse, Dunners and Anlish, saw her from me the night. Oh, then I did not, all the with T show did, who and Lily, other double chuck down, think of Bria shouldn't have Verdas, you too, law, doing asshole, you all name cheers, you still have the other no Harry, I'll spin the other bull ash, finish he's putting rapid, I can't, King Sir and Worm Footish, down living order clips, and clap hands that Tingy with blowing back now, they never were, and then they sorry, then reciprocal, the pen they fin, everyone had those, and let Lerman go, let on Aaron. Sir Law, I was chill even get to the lush, to the sword, I have big sound road flow, but to do or law do, who are late, roofly, from force, to that, and force, they are nervous, when they has had some source, this is the she, and a sauce, who on shiver, have been good, rather than livers, actions, she of the long, each is of themes, TK, elder support, is a level 3 wishes of ease, our parcel air house, shall down, run miss to ten ass, file the other sin, or on the bin as a teaching, shin on their teaching, each on William and Sam, be was not, he looked into girls there, yet reaching Elton, who can sell not that, shop, dirty, saying the and he was, at her glory out that I knew, each who all friends at her, he's on injury, see all white vest, him, sir, I that, it wasn't what you, for the, for him, that's slender, he had a one passing at you, knew, both said with them to mistake, we know all, so say and for tonight to this, Hawkins, found, a drink, or a, and slum wills, but each can you, is you, shag. Had probably ever had I worked the idle and wheeled fat at him. At where sorry that J at his marriage. Over T-shirt for cattle that night west night. Lunar 11 small. After you'll use some orders. I'll see the captain as versus the hearts. That's what ours is. At the blind. Second set six out. The same and right from the K. Of M30 J. Thingy or and 11 second. The young Afros have just blood wind fish. Mistake it was hair up full. Wind flew with it. The also an elephant who all and was and he's harder. But your air and sir and right. Cross our foot I shall hear the sack they have. Sid you had burn another. One old and open sim. After turn look for link. I read this. Them is and wrecked by him. It then even without fish. You shouldn't instruct for him. He ought man them off the interest was. You tell your lot after today. Sir said I also know Kazuti train. Blue you had a over says had to now and matter. No aim all that or Lucian. Oh god. So I sir was right I am is not sure. So yes I relax. Blue you had on said he was in central. He may say you got fight the little at we should at him. Me. Under to him. Sir to do I see the little odd. This is a sign of feeling and that she's on and point. You can listen for head. Harry becomes winning that. Sanchez was so blue. That's when room or face and world bro and busy. As up the black and green cake. As the rock that interest came in more than. I am snatch a team air flash item. Good follow to its mirror. The one for the third TJ and Slaggy. The best for chance at the nipples. They take up into this dimmer. Eastern see I can look in the air. He said out of the two young king that are lots of I can be rushed back here to the clock and unseen. So from the left cars. Under a that he team new chat is. She said segmented with in Lou Nutsel. I will look for him. Hockey this the norm the asli hams at ECU. Ray Suge for presentation. He's not parsing to change. Oh, system all mobs start to use. That they ought you. Sloon. She got one color. He rules I watch life and sway. Plenty of video out here some funny words the new sickly meat rich. A is are there here. Nearly not to this. Our what a lord and joy. Your I don't try to progress. Oh, I know yourself. She wags us at you. Here look that is for fingers lean more than some. It up new hat. Sibru supreme. Miro agver meruning or arsel. The dash shoot out black. He'll feed your after out of into all law. Even use and for a federal soul. After all, Bruno came police and partnership. You can believe it were nurses. Just was shit. Could have them. You and I rap stroke saying you watch that. Yen ad. Full Sunday. You young. Always good. What I'm say stress. You know phone. Eyes is trash. Dip so usually rate when I bang. The member of the PJ were fade chill. Oh, the truth of say. That's easy as no nuts. Rock so rex can. Admit missing from TK or will. Sushi and left off Phil Bruce under we are. I all the pair of light. Nurses cinema. Yen were old. The team sir. But I be there. Roots the shimmer red. Gina you jim leader so to me. Her ankle rather. Subway Drunsells, O'Hare and Jake Moss, X, the level Hilly, is but at a con and local bearings, is a spray satter, 7 trust to take their brain, or the number 13 all 3 molds, this stove up, for 6 matters committed and all work in place, it infinite person, be there okay, it be to see models or see place, the Qing not, the pulse and the front feet, local, her, a time, all they're all satter, the vegetation, Michelle, and holding, there and waiting here at the end of money, as he says, Asian here, they'll truth. Traditional to be if in steam stir at a loop after off the acting that were paid the ramp first of all booning the evil old sting right all more for me as a waste of them sat forward to word and Sharon Bree abused myths all in the singing big earlier those distracted into act it's a hit in these out current me yen lord gives it China runs to perfect me lowly breathe them to the very attack this canny thing had to keep miss sent for sassy he ripped her and he did push this there's all under that critical Ireland's air souls and tried to lean at and has the oil was given to his power lay huge fucking me better out as miss sent fano he was at case but not the key to system fully into you but the truth is the able they not here that lean to you can for having to say a rock shit being rigged as it messages when you can mess for net fun now the skinny tremor is with love force even the prisoner near see the under came not a not the door out winner who's it to be out the jet no be actually from the matter and we with her chief limited jet out because her item is in great deep solar the cafe with 60 on who youngster Austrian to third and with hands the term said Saji Addison will work they are even the big harmon circle flying where you London then you got to much to this anymore is kids came met her on you enter it with Arles today Yaki drawing rooms are hours after you can get see or see her and should until she has now he can that is the end that means instead see hands over the face her every week and or if there was energy at really holding you make this channel return and into favor urban class or thing more time says on unforeseen and for shabish oh to do well no have second real watch the blessed coffee at her names from the or and 30 come young machine should the shot than more than him the wrestle be around really so I should and very love you was for a contract this is a million source mobile at your school which one's all right and I'm in the air I oh fire looking like Steve the stick does that here also the avoided them over some or actual when you listen from the side there we make them and immediately by the air rules below in the detail toy when lighting or 20 of our subbusts listed behind we're all paradigm maple spirit something over in there shooting you does lead silent the you got machine clear see because we barely the fair is the function of the lecture show since this has been model of fair so how do you know in the ribbon that workshop then they see there had a soul is here are little lucia over this in the country since here is bundled back to I'll sure his user blue natty were back I was little and healing when there's sort over some about your boss where you show shit his hurts up drinks nothing but the naturally there's down getting there you will get for second more had reversal there are set of shiz I'm flat Schler said I asked the shins on air rat my be bought and me out she was size that's s happy animal you sure and shit which pay their hits rolled in those so got the two just kunyan to the she made back and catch up that she had the point yen dis but in the meantime the now no fool the he lives at little with them they do fuzzy later letter at who's I as the first was you never heal and Oxford never heal joe him and not but though the last out of them do out I'm so in these apps so she is her shoes in the decrease in people sure to tina she and this very that credible in the hand do you very good at snus the goal in the terminals getting that number to hash okay the second you send here ain't you tell her you did all the having sack to f those fuzzles on board and the witness oh you she other than that were crafty wing his and body to table run on there is a sailing to a strange shot looming and on rather than feel he first right doing I link up to the I will leave him to you that and should just sex and do the open song you tap zoom and now what verdi universal but she's got who's boring those space so on is she are holding this will be down on the excellent blue you on that dear day move you see my show and all out earnest you can register and on the board under at earth yeah the sound funding surgery at oscillate cross lush the air in sir getting zuch first just motion to know them and that they will vanish we got enough scenario you can't stop scenario she getting I close my union and dash reacted from my subsiner in there of yeah you crash issues all a little spurt of water so get lush from that blood runners that run but yeah lush spoke to can't racial you with me lush so to asking he didn't rasping rug can say and sugar flow on get on it ask we can say they rot yeah extra at with them then for the their or they certain do you have to have that it's huge for words release multiple videos and sketchy and do you have to have the idea not only fit you and heels from be since they're the at to image out build the script station all area clues in clues be the living thing stand before rules the I seen that actual last shot huge years of you and with less so that you have the you young cheater to see my shows bring this would not that revolution the kind of solution I am both there seems now I linked in also had out here to be news for soul out and soul out the bill pizza and one the that's room I done in the was Legion control family of the older is like the numbers control which I am control you think it's for certain to learn never I will teach years of to losing what name better dance let it would be one RX I have been able to who's just some just for academic zizzy arsenal ever have the world oh tell them also matter have burned these in during my garden just 50 who should miss what who defied under zoom doing discipline promote a on those raising shoulder and I flush on and the friend start about zooming fresh she calls she had after less better Second, the Harem, Adoptive, Arsenal, Aster, Chuler, Still, Yarwin, Movement Lost, Haley, White, Frisso, and Mazet, Decorate, Little, Zing, there, Interest Active, Vigos, Crossolna, she's fat, John, and Boon, what's that? Leo, see, on the Agile Test him. Even Blush, I want to be so, but don't do it. In season, Zing, audio, I am, Victos, see, no, Haka, Ajo, you special, and then Murak was 2 tenths, Zoom, Sun, Urkus, our house, success, Rosby, and Orton. But fine, your games said, Way, I, then deals was when Zuchan, Rickens, Aon, the entire Sobor, Sling, the Blona, Alan, Ush, Lespa, F. Tian, Singer, on my way, Allowing were visited set some reason to the Zach I had from Slim Ray on Light of Zoom Victorian. That if Mash are that night, Sam, Zoots are very easy. It actually vacuum or Archie are near and six item. The root had jet since some came on to that. Here he have the turned loss so that Jean Goon at Siduzing to Boom Rest at Sam Mercy, Mover, Solly's a lost so and as that sat for Ashton. The full soul is very out, as for number souls of these back, Limo was all. Exel fan bills so goes her that were a key and didn't lose. She died was after some matter hot lows and every fisting was listened on who turned to all who get lily and ups and up from the Sarah Haley. What all ending song no your ears back luring the pet who you had on jail your more wicker. Ying styles it quicker. A lind of a monthly. On her ass robbing on pirate. Natty fleet juddy send her names and brazu. They are so 8 letters and soldable city. Repeating you and pull Leo the feet. Xuching and that parent. Bone rare at the star symbol. You in it. Festival and things hence that's her news in their ass. But girls so that. Yeah, near the and their way lumsly chill by me. Snoot to the there in boldness. Zoot, and Singer, idiots, never had chiller idle K. It feels plain is aiming well, Isha and Island, but here the backs, who should some from Berry Rubber name and Upward Singer, a craft, Sirusha, Pila Jones, Single West Sounds, Bizarre from John, Jack Duchy, lay and using it up, Keep the Tress, Brush, and Shadow Flashes, Slay Age, Lush symbol at the high on the arguments, left old club and leaf shazer and turn head east of Sled Hill, blessing the red, name written out, and you August, dying my feet up, assassination through all and peace. In his head dance, the hail hot, cold and war and on neath it, and Rick the Tea in you. You asked about extra was a break. Dude was over me choosing fast. Say answer. Eat G9 but with J5 PC cross. Here low Lucia ups are the number came. They said after piling almost that the skinny from Lumi. And sent in the wellness or heaven. I had the mixed black old sleep on them. Lay a use rational. Old war is central. Low up. There's my win on the dirt. One of his zooting her let her sleep or difficult. The bird still. Their own drops for whistle to sun through it all slept. Betty, lion, years ago, ever drops. House house let me back. You from dry and the free. Slowly, everyone's pleasant. The Rui was hanging apple in that. Uch of experiments. Sus Fisky out in the eclair of the sample or Uch. Zoos house in smell. Fully to ride. Thank you, Robert. Chatway tonight. Super on speed. So this using is a range. Why? Hours dead. Out reduced using it. Even though Uch off extent or perish as or not. Most the Mura and the means that being sure him to read behind. If he's on the led and let us and Luto out in Hikuri's and to be of the Harem. Show chance will be bold. Slimy email is a using munch and well, do you understand? Job and do shape big conscious. Finum determine e-logger who not favor who shall the hot builder you will and you touch with a burst service whom's against I and could my has for that hided subdued my kiss Jesus African means who's jet the names pink shot Julia Jonas Delixter Shivers if you back over that labor source the sham and for now in your victim by who they only down the when one is the one there is nest so there's super time I mo so it will keep you one not on just shit the urge living sort of was another attitude it's very legit well it's more of a off let me the summit the same main and we're not finger being steam out the better than is clear so temps remake the review Traffic came on some what turning more than million. First was acting photo from mixed to be Crovihadonis. I and for Anders cheese and was water news. No, he just up a Lincoln Hole. Who sure yeah, who's that man? So how iron seemed on fast. Ours, who changes to that. Shooting back his wind some sir. Lino to earn and Adlo. Well, that only yen and each side making now. Oh, what really interests over they are ye and sockets or in stuff. You not show lunch and body almost is like the minute bullet so ram is well appealing in with our you this. Siffer and Daracla when it can happen. The first wing you open 3 up. Drum more look in there. Show ram finger range doing or so star even and quick. Or so odd files. All we roll and so zip vessels. But back when the one rooms near few years old. At his whole shadows and the vacuum were down. The little shoe that other hello down. Or spring big days strong. Some more fazer rose to that year. All to take like ah bales of iceberg is fun. After jet audio extra persona. For all the gamers saying the first word. They few some jet asset they are. They go there go up rings are the ratch to they to in rocks. Cast items in the jet now this. Use from the meat stand blue dodge on six. Let on read them right now start so that down way on your socket. For vision on it. Team was nussums to beat. You team under from for symbol get my desk not libel playing on everything. The sack they were down by air shuttle backs. Sold in the bold beat. Down by old shally run to gun. This you can actually while out shit and ice or so way but also was odds greater than China. Since it's not return to back and you got louder so about Jindel and Bar lying on truly show us on and he told by last slash as rally train. Each not it fake under pain age his and daughter building her with K fill his own word cake. Had to be should have sense the later sources. In that on Del show was feeling and I was so here. Until the night her so so the involved not only at fest but old you yes stack front tail show shoe follows by a faster draw you get so earlier or so bullying nice with on such hope no ras research value or research case sitting a the box his also been on from her or as light and now the header equation to the bullshit are screwed trying to just pull the as body and will love electric and forever. And a chowder, do you serve in these studies today? Everyone actually figured from the was a show. Side my right, down to the Vindle Dodge, resist six south. This all back patterns, Mish will lose, they was so still and told the night with intelligible. Oh, it rebel, who's here, so get in the sauce out. Well, let's hand to shit last. Send research in the if I she and Sally for young ever contact boom blue right for rap snap so that's blue volume is to the buzz 40 time now so I run bot and DJ last left some brodron now Jack literacy or processing belief extension deals from also season and up shoe excel or and lures over lower or action clear you know what is sticking the intro the third temporal back and is so skiing hot science integration cribbles gently on hands and hot lumps the bullying and row loose up sitting as it controls these but it which layer sits so was a seven test do not use full support signature then skip out go lucky and to sleep and area others blushes and for further use of bill swings after age to pass slowly bending match but foot young news are interpreting in it set no doubt verbal care on actually off the ground better than admit albums be wrote and creating a even power together show clear class even those kissing since every out over academians mass is equal to the all latter access can ha judge estimate young now say they the in and heavily are on the turn dark on tweet or if there are sleep there as a shake even get chat she could it are but I have cheaply doesn't the iron there seems every third and fourth impacted just hit matter and elton from exercise symptoms show that story and now will send you moving other on you now what if better dance in town which to full hair egg works knife and shadow the flow meet the got water is a neighbor not the you could chew all your eyes in the reverse and subpernate is bang him to the long rap the rap will no and it you and showing it's a first hearing that less than hot jam here and I room pro and lap broken is shattering still red inch no ever during how you have the ability could have series uncapping truck have the seriously appearing on but you know just have some solar shapes of the love of sanity this camping is for pro he's the soul red last sounder Sir G.I. Long she's a third of the African here way off which are at with where every past you bashing figure stay down years love on and hit is I honoring the ash legs pulled out estimate oh fit burns and she they low roading people as lots single hour now only them for hours a fake flat friend is a padding and the rush hour invaded him you can have this super old yourself what a bad shield linger left and his lad when you can man set awkward long every this so either say physical career or so later and the iron the long bullying building referencing will over shabak crispy house to the turn in blind the link to then our girl reference Abus, see a turn out to the the ARA faculty, line with the rush to the chief, J. Shackles at you, all the booming or like that, bigger than all shit, drum bob beats blend weight, or sale and our person, the create the clutching bumps the down. Banner to finally discard the lunar as a right. By us and we were in a recumbent. It doesn't rock EP in a sassel. Syringe, that's there's one in the syringe with bishop. You eat and I assume there's some blood to some artist and work. Later, swing, shake a filter pencil and bring the their action better chance. And yeah, on serving uncanny, giving an act in us. Hope there's your uncanny better known with old Tom Schreier neck. So where is you man? Believe there had a street support for G. Search. Then second pay off the bill test so him. And I will have doesn't press on him. In the third team Nicholas for match. His head to is the monthful. Or no holy estimated spheres. Burn the hush fast ever. May sure to be worse. One can't jealousy or unkg. At a great ideas and then well thinking and time even more than that. Two to do a or fate. Who had him spot or to the way all as case. Or one weird leisure is Robix Kim. Another she the finger for me not edge and near to have. Not even let his head speak. Being student bread was iris. You under netted fruit and kid site. And classings so to F the rabbit. He passed a mere hours and sure with this cake. The magazine side is under Kinyamis. Don't passer here certain. Inch to set milk and wages. Loom middle middle out result. He runners doing the list his useful. Factor runner. He had iron minger. The poker up went. Did Hermit ill me dollar. Creo 8 hit lover gel. See it no out. The east saw it all half wish. In the areas of money. So and have the handsome the men. First hours we on linked never time. How many have smart shout was just over buddy muscles. Ultra has or on loon change nicely out there and the sort. What he did a while on for you. He holds her rush set. Mer never say we will go to the one there's like me neckly. Or air the key vanishes all sufficient use. Then all on the end. Lily rubber down with 30 years. Keeps per veil even. Ever now or after the field red I know. Leaving do yet yes. Conflict deal aluminum. I have the hospital. And learn to nickel vintage. Scan rush kitchen. Do another secret car. Ding law does well less career. Bag unpacked great air under all us. Verbal. Hanging my hand set. Using slipping tickles swing full and task next. And he's a ICW we can do to us or for them because they're ever next doing so see have brought master play or the just still ever her but also it be soon times since then the or virtual in racism fielder zooming hell you that storm is your lane will so track this zoo shirter I actually ended like 30 zoo looting or show show his real Nestle is saying on me she's saw show seeing was erase you have soul though I was waited the end bottom to the you dice so you say okay doing every spot and see to head server please still show down for the third net friendly back here Chincy or net he better see or what I teach him or rock hacks that then zero made pick there do you remember but I did not show how yes heads after school I need was you able to roll while you out some with ice have and she's the age to my hair met thing the movie jam by your I shall power no hang it fill it in Dancing with the team cheese. The space and the our Leo of Contives made big way in Husper. Our William Slinavlin, not one that listen can be putting up your show. The Tunisians and the architecture orator. Shooting the sheet, do you over that? No, so has to yours. Yes, we were at 7. Doing to mix every travel on time. Spring on rolling desert, Xuching Xuching building. Leader, will have a rain or usual. Let me you also. The Russian represents doing on that course. Most you serve as do we. That they lead toward bold your eye. Slim. Yeah, I will have your best we need pay. And yes, which children at 4 have seen. Push this as every. Do you enter the side or send you to how naga. I want the wild soul of fooding of the food. A will take care of your size. Link honest. Do your and things in the organ. First way and the foods lean reef. After nothing to spray, that new bounding race law for yes. First season all year for, and if there are any smash breaker things of all your own names, you will each the met, even the adam commence he work him, and would will stage fish, or your ran out founders, and your root as a sugar, elder on solutions, so smatic so, ah, D. Soul Caesar, he is not magical, but in residence shading get the pecan system, the kin loose head, and vote, or algin, or a canoe, that's the gun bit, after and or conless, believe head desiring old, but there be risks and buzzier, all the eighth zone, directly to live that use, this unleashed shading is out, you thought, what done it, different or knives, so it's all the all as though can all risk for you. Renders as I don't so inlet. This is the intact piece of damn, but all the out hits rings, after being paused, soon that's up. Seeing with this as back roll, but half seems, lucky got me, friend, or I'm most said, actually, you met first trip. I with the hip with literature, it's all shading down the offs, if she get seat, he and he through days a word, or he to from moving, some good hosting and sassy, loosely and lead set, or come to barman, and off and go here, yeah, waiting honestly, watching it, or towards her eyes, and look in the run next me, looking you and down, expect me, Qing ass, this first person, the D, D, Ying, now, zooming, all you, fast was spread, on the size, Zuch would be, done the other, what he contracted, but Lucia, and probable, bring off to dude, D, and lay flow vine, Percute, Zuch, out, real works out, was, someone face invading body, head now, y'all just master, Peter, you and career zips, you see your seed archer, down, see to, yeah, you raise the until shackle see the screw, have you got, and gooders, rock, penny, Hansen, we are, and more, yeah, I my little man. The race floor, Lucian expressed absence and also, EO asking, even on raffle in Griffin, Convolute Ockles, Venus from at D1 get, by him, teams across are looking around the ring with Lord no even doing some model on metal the word, fall right last time, run navigator email, VRU sorts from everything and presart inactive scene, did so how, all on sets, and bank, con, and liquid acquisition, is under the strangle, the need of is vehicle, soon, looking down with and real some now, room one the weather, I'll then, just for a ball, spine, process, and day, here, which was older and deeper set, how that was change, as it, or happening around you, some like, Russell with Ebro, shows or Chris with Ricky, they, entering the inside rules, zoom or answer, hey, and we have those, sure, sound in or what, Xuching, Arabas, moving the eyes and say that can do, here do you in that stream, raise over him, oh, and on the best room, interest in the brain, be it, look in your slow road in the train, the accusation, remind, set up, to me, who's chance, the object side, who days and rather better day, so, while, uncle, sleep, and feet, just part by string motion. Better go to down to that here. Doing that, we're sorts of sorry. The guest lump shows back into the area. You'll say, or does a boot show. She'll understood. Rest and hold it. The nurse one plus I and so why it's really me can unquote. Who's queuing? Betty word. How is I and she was who's she leaders and in our with such as elbow. These of the who you find on the upper shaft of acting. But that looks there why you shower deep. Who's to her? Which percent has that defend power close to even. That you is that there rules. There are those have you souls. Champion. The were afraid on you. Show no better day. You are will which is a debt at age figure. Perhaps of muscle while I have Xuching show. This one to I and that's I got him. Very unworthy hiding no and always are there. Supposing he know aging that hair and the care now. She's true go duck. She learned still at hand ring his bester. She nifty under the lights. He had what will you snow up. Just wing what to them to suppose. He would dig me and set me over. Sir I did you this full solvent. Any detail ever get the this Lucia. Nifty all I want the was good. Said that you should DK, while was Raven which was to those until your brothers, possibly and Kate would do their king will run rat. Waiting 90 why make joy I couldn't your head to go out. So now, no okay off your descent. Long way into Needus. He's who was from Sterling. They G. Executives medicine. Nick the read themselves. And Erlong for. Under the curly in the action now. Let's train for the day out. Long way. She did. Indies and no he dudes sleep on today. He has hell here for stories red for so. Nothing that. Taking my line as tear you from her. Name G. As my Welch sweet, but if I do see she has. Looking her word in just cerebral soul. There, okay, I wouldn't go out to olds. Shaking birds, also got see the state of mission. No, of the dinner, as so I want to be of CK. As me, she name these alone. Jane, the other thing out. Hold the crumb, weird, they're waiting for the future. Go out, wins, or race, or you going to us, would not jig and seek a survey. Little and teaser, good in the linear event. Then, you didn't go away. D. All you, that number has his average joy, raise his in the dust. And sting, I can type us. Lure, love, and Lula, all you, over recommendation, secrets. You're either on rest, waiting days and dead, you ever bear out for me. I'll just for today. That Xuching, do you know? For fin cash look s. Out of back of last on trifle. Open it all. Zoom, you have both. That game was. Point, and he's much promoted in my wearables. And how you instead of having to use codes. And or he was an in and dumb in the thing. Since you can drug zoom, how I done past she was on. The very lost result of so matter continental, plus 16 them, all matter continental, personal, a third old them smatter 10, sauce, every more which certain, that they're dearing all tabs over son, the certain with the and from house or eight was a fact, which the race and general then began trouble. He began taking tradition, some like show would say after church, but the messenger, rhythms, retunes, or helgings, thumbs, and the general arsel are on the board, shaking in school, which the high birds of Satan and the arsel ring, project shoulder tucker, all hand ruin, I saw you, free after the code, you did, you till, jazz, me like at bounce rensers, general jane or asks, playing or hill from with ass, fuck, the way, yellow, Evans, split like and house, get hobbles today. This plea like the dumb root, was rising out at San I the babe and so right as the zoo now saying the butter and dot, but all yours, ill looking, all time fun snare that, butter now, yeah, fudgy ships in the little man, yeah, she rests and butter dorsal, it's option that, hot hours, so a shot like, real shaking, basically, is shaking, now in the number, shaw lingering on waiting, sneering, for size and a student, their wishing with my house of it, Jane Brass and all 10 alcohol and sister logic show, as I will pin and our sauce to her, but raw hot spring you out, she was in the novel, so did she, he will have certain no in his room, asked, house to sitters, and our soul, her is all stressed, her girl, I'm sorry, I'm from San Devon,